Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the VIS Challenger Series here in Summer Split 1. We are off into the playoffs. This is where it all comes down to the line here for all of these teams. Top 8 teams from Split 1 in the Challenger Series in North America are here to battle it off, and we are talking about some of the most intense competition, some of the tightest skill gaps between teams we've ever seen in Challengers across almost all of these 8 teams. It's been a wild ride to get here. And of course, it's going to be even a more exciting ride over the next 2 days. I'm your host, Dragonborn, and joining me tonight, it is Shinyi and Denomine. And Shinyi, this is actually going to be your last cast in Challengers ever, as you are retiring soon. So I do want to thank you for coming on and casting tonight. I know it's late over there in Scotland.
Yeah, thank you. It is my last cast, my third ever last cast, actually.
Third ever last cast. Wait, are you casting Sunday
actually.
VGA as well? So that would be your last
Saturday,
cast.
Sunday.
Saturday, Sunday.
Indeed.
Nice. And of course, Denomine, our resident VIS analyst and caster. So guys, this is going to be a very, very exciting playoffs. We are some crazy games. There are some surprise teams here, I won't lie, but they got here very dominantly. So I'm not sure, how we're going to be able to gauge these two teams going into this. We've got a lot to talk about. Let's take a quick look at the bracket here for playoffs and just talk a little bit about some of these teams today. You can kind of jump in here real quick and help us break down what we expect to see. So starting off today, we will have 4 matches happening. 2 of them will be on stream. The other 2 will be off stream for the first round. All right. So Immortals versus Misfits is going to be the first match. We're going to talk more about that later because that's actually what we're going to stream in a few moments. Rogue versus Tribe will be our second stream match here in the winners round. And Dave, this is the second and third seed team. These teams are very, very close competitively. How is this going to flip?
Well, that's, to me, probably going to be one of the closer games tonight. Rogue has put themselves together a really strong roster with the pickup of upon the original. But Tribe Gaming has some big names on it, too. We have Status, we have Marto. Those are big names in the community that have gone really far. Status, with huge performance at Worlds in the, just this past year. They also picked up Mixty, who has been a world-class laner. So, I mean, I have a lot of high hopes for this Tribe roster and hope they can, go far and, that they work together. These are players that have played together a lot over the years. But it's going to be a difficult fight to get past Rogue. Again, Pon really working well with the team, bringing a off-meta jungle lineup hero pool to the roster, and it's going to be an interesting one to call. We'll have to see if Status can keep up with Pon's off-meta hero pool.
All right. Well, there's a lot of games that are happening in the elimination side of the playoffs. That's elimination bracket, which means these teams cannot lose. And I really want to talk about them, but we do have the teams ready for draft. So we are going to get into it. Let's just talk quickly about our current matchup. This is Immortals versus Misfits. And these are 2 awesome, awesome teams. I mean, we're talking like, Misfits really playing well this split, but they're going into what is arguably one of the strongest Challenger teams to ever assemble since they introduced the Challenger system. Really, really great stuff. Dave, break down some of these players here for us. What are some things that we can kind of keep an eye out for?
Well, I think one player we really have to keep an eye out for is Demon on the Jungle Celeste pick. It's one of his signature heroes. He does it incredibly, incredibly well. And I think when Misfits brings their A game here, I almost said Tribe again. When Misfits brings their A game here, I definitely think that Demon can play into T-Tigers, and could potentially, if he gets the right pick, take games. Now, the one huge advantage that Immortals has going into this is they haven't shown anything all Challengers long. I mean, it's literally been Vox Kashka, Vox Kashka, Vox Kashka, Lyra Fortress, Lyra Fortress. They really haven't revealed anything. So all of these other teams that go into these playoff games only can go off of seeing D'Enzio on his comfort of Vox, which has been his comfort for several patches, T-Tigers on his comfort pick, which has been the same comfort pick for several patches, and Max Green, who's been just playing his comfort picks over and over again. That's the benefit they've had in this single draft scenario that we had going up into the playoffs. So, they definitely have a massive advantage there by not, really showing where their comfort hero pool is. T-Tigers, great jungler. Definitely think that he can play more than the Kashka, obviously. But, these other teams don't know what he's been practicing.
Yeah, we're actually getting into the draft, so I don't want to take too much more time.
Well, Junior, I definitely think that the Grump Jaw ban is something that we see pretty commonly in North America, Europe, wherever you go. It's definitely a strong flex pick. A lot of people just don't want to deal with it. That ultimate being very, very hard to block. So, where do you think the follow up ban goes here? Oh well, I guess it's gonna be Vox.
That's an interesting. It's not a particularly common first ban that we're seeing, but it's definitely a target ban. As you were saying, Immortals, they've been playing that Fox Koshka combo for the past few weeks, even the past few months. So this Fox ban, it's forcing DNZO to go out of his comfort zone and actually let the other teams see what else he's comfortable at and what else they've got.
Yeah, and we do have two healers technically here picked up. Obviously, we've got the Lyra over on the side of Immortals, which we discussed that Max Green has been playing a lot of, but this Grace pick, which has been very strong for a lot of teams, does get picked up by Misfits.
Yeah, Grace, I think she's an incredibly strong roam, and in terms of how she matches up against Lyra, this could be potentially very tough because of the ball work from Lyra. Like a particularly skilled Lyra makes it very difficult for her to be using her ability, such as Benediction or the Holy Nova there, against the carries, and it does depend on what they'll be going for. That Koshka is still open there for Immortals, so it would not be a surprise for me to see that being picked up at all. Baron's just been banned off the map, which again, not much of a surprise.
Yeah, but a Glaive follows from the side of Immortals, so definitely taking something off the table that they don't want to deal with. Glaive can be a huge nuisance with a Grace. They're both very tanky and offer a lot of crowd control, so making sure that one gets off the table. Now, the Baron isn't something we've really seen DNZO play too much. Do you think that's really, is it something that we've seen a lot of teams have been countering, especially with this Grace? Do you think it was a smart ban to get the Baron off the table, or do you think they could have baited the Baron in?
Okay, so I think it depends on how we look at it, because the Baron, he's been really popular ban just in general, ranked and in North America isn't something that particularly, but then again, we haven't been seeing him playing that wide a hero pool recently. So I think maybe this is something maybe more for target ban, but I think he's very popular right now in the current meta, so it doesn't surprise me to be seeing that Baron ban come out.
Yeah, picking up the Idris, though, as well. That is another hero that plenty of people think works very good into Baron. Now, this puts Immortals in a very interesting situation because we know DNZO is a very proficient Ringo when the Vox is taken away from him. But with the Vox and Baron off, which are, typically what most people would say the most powerful laners, and that is the Ringo that comes in. Do you think this is a dangerous pick here into this Grace and Idris combo?
I think for me, what was going to be a big issue there is for both the Idris and the Grace to be trying to get on top of Ringo. DNZO, his positioning on that Ringo is very strong. And if they're unable to get on top of him, because they do have that layer to protect them, they have that Koshka who's going to be very much in their face, there's going to be a lot of barriers in the way to try and get onto that Ringo. But if they can succeed, that's how they want to be carrying out the team fights.
And a Rhyme does come out on the side of Misfits. Rhyme can handle pretty well into Koshka. If you don't get snowballed by the Koshka, he does have the ability with that fortified health to survive a lot longer than many junglers do. So, this to me looks like this is going to be about if Misfits can make it to the late game without getting snowballed by this very aggressive composition that Immortals has put together.
Yeah, it's extremely aggressive. It's pretty standard, as you're saying, for the Koshka and the Lyre. The Ringo is a slight diversion from usually play, but again, Ringo very much a comfort pick. It's going to be interesting seeing that Ryan being picked up is very much a kind of focused ban against, well, not a focus pick going to the Koshka. He can be particularly strong if he can manage to root her into place. And I think as we go later on to the game, Rhyme scales up particularly well, as does Idris and as does Grace. And that's going to be a challenge there for Immortals, because you have to place a lot of emphasis on the early game and in the mid game, which is something that they've always been very confident in, particularly in the Challenge series.
All right, everybody. We are live here, ready to get into the game, so I'm going to kick it over to you guys again to take us into it. This is going to be an exciting one as Immortals and Misfits go head-to-head. We'll see you guys there in the fold.
Alrighty, well, we've got T-Tigers and Max Green working their way down into the jungle. This is a pretty uncommon rotation that we see here out of these top-tier teams. Typically, we see the laner and jungler splitting the experience in gold. But T-Tiger is opting to get himself that level 2 quickly and maybe push an invade against this Rhyme.
Yeah, I like the positioning coming out there from the Lyra, just to make sure there's no invasions coming forth from the Grace and the Ram. And it looks like we're seeing Eco having the similar idea. I think it's a smart idea to try and get T-Tigers to that level 2. It gives you an immense kind of power boost in terms of what that, especially on that Koshka going in against the Idris, especially if they're trying to be pulling off those early ganks, which I think they're going to be fairly successful in.
Yeah, and Ringo does take a bit of damage there, but Max Green coming up on this Lyra, getting the heal off. And man, T-Tiger's already up in the lane, being very aggressive. They find a lot of damage. They do, however, not find a kill. And now Demon is up here as well. Max Green dropping dangerously low. What an interesting trade back and forth there.
Yeah, it's very interesting trade. There's an exploitation coming up from Demon there. And I think that just goes to show the power of that Rhyme. If you're able to land that Chill Winds, the Chill Wind Winter Spire combo and root someone into place. Hang on a second, Zax. That's not going to be first blood, actually.
It is going to be first blood. Going over to Max Green, finding it with the Imperial Sigil. That is a bonus 200 gold sitting in Max Green's pocket. And that is D'Enzio returning to base. No, Koshka returning to base. Sorry, T-Tiger's returning to base to buy. Picking up a little bit of vision, another crystal bit. And sitting a little behind on farm, but capitalizing on killing the laner in that gank was definitely a good trade-off for the side of Immortals.
Yeah, that is true. But the whole time we did see Demon going into the jungle of Immortals, and he was able to take away the treant there in the front camps away from them. So it wasn't completely in vain. They're losing that 200 gold from the first blood. And as I was saying before, with that Rhyme, if you're able to land that root onto someone, that is absolutely just pivotal in those team fights for landing those kills. And it just can completely change how a team fight's going to play out. And we saw there going to the Lyra, once he rooted her into place, she was really struggling to escape there. Kind of had to rely on T-Tigers to kind of jump in and force Demon to back away there. Immortals, they're going to have to be a little bit more aggressive. I said at the start, with this composition, you want to be seeing these very, very aggressive early plays coming in. And so far, they've managed to get the first blood, but they've kind of just slowed down in terms of tempo, in terms of the jungle invades, and in terms of the lane aggression as well, actually.
Well, I think a lot of that's got to be attributed to the fact that Zax and Eco there just held the lane very, very close to the turret. Definitely respecting the aggressive force that Immortals is known for and can put on with this composition. So definitely smart of them to hold it there. It doesn't really give Koshka too much zoning to capitalize on because, in this early game, a turret shot or two is absolute massive chunks out of your health. So they definitely have to be careful, and I think they're playing it smart so far. They're understanding their win condition is to outlast this Koshka. So, they're probably going to play it safe here up until the mid game.
They definitely are. I like how the moment that they recognize that the Rhyme was in the lane, going into their backs, and I don't think the Demons even get any of his farm. So we're seeing T-Tigers out leveling now at 5, and with an 8 CS differential between the two junglers as well. That's pretty. I think that's fairly significant at this stage of the game in terms of leveling. He's got sitting on quite a lot of gold, maybe not enough for the aftershock just yet. He's going to pick up the Elder Tree at the front as well, and Demon, because of his, I think. Compared to the Koshka, I think actually most heroes compared to Koshka have a slow clear speed, and I think, especially if you're going against a Koshka in the jungle, you want that vision down. You want to know where she is at all times so you can time your jungle clearances appropriately.
Yeah, and that's something we've seen. Demon did get a little bit ahead there in the jungle when T-Tigers did rotate up. We talked about him capitalizing on getting that health treant as well as the shop camp. But the speed that T-Tigers has on this Koshka has allowed him to get some of that farm back. We see him up massively up in farm now, 18 to 32, as well as being level 6. He does have this yummy catnip frenzy, which is going to be a very drastic thing in these fights since nobody on the side of Misfits has a reflex block yet.
Yeah, they don't have that reflex block. And if you think about it, Immortals, they're a highly mobile team if you look at the base speeds of all three of the heroes. Especially looking at Rhyme, who's very slow, so dance around the match. We're seeing a bit of aggression coming out from D'Enzio there, but all they're really succeeding is kind of pushing him back. And this is what's really nice about the composition coming out from Misfits, is that with that track chakram and with the Winter Spires, they're really good at just defending that turret.
Yeah, and Demon dropping dangerously low here. A good double stun out of this Grace comes out, but there's just not enough damage yet. Zax hasn't got a chance to really shop and buy anything yet. He's just sitting on that Swift Shooter and the Book of Eulogies. So, unfortunately, for the side of Misfits, Immortals is just able to aggress here, and they don't have the damage to fight back.
Absolutely not. And if you look at Zax as well, he's sitting on 2,700 gold. He's not had the chance to go to the shop yet. He's very squishy at this point in time. Actually, we see a 1v1 right now.
And a very, very close, very close kill for D'Enzio going there. T-Tigers does almost drop to Demon, but this is something we see T-Tigers do quite often on this Koshka is he just somehow finds a way to escape on dangerously low health levels almost every game we see him in.
Every single time. That is the beauty. I really like what we're seeing here from coming out from Immortals. They're just constantly keeping that lane forced up against Zax. He's really struggling to just try and clear that wave. And in turn, we're seeing him. He's not able to go back to the shop. He's being forced to stay and pick up all his farm, sitting on almost 3,200 gold right now. The moment he goes back to the shop, picks up some items, that's going to be a major power spike for him. And I think now he's managed to push the wave up. We're going to be seeing his first items being picked up now. And
I'd likely think we're going to see a poison shiv come here out of this Idris going into this Lyra, and indeed it is, as well as a heavy steel picked up and an oak heart. And it looks like another weapon blade too. Waited the extra couple seconds, so he will be on his way back to lane. Super extra buff as Demon takes a massive amount of damage from T-Tigers.
a massive amount of damage. I think that's the only way to describe it. The only thing right now I can say about Misfits is that there still isn't a reflex block on Zax. Demon does have that reflex block, yes, does have that reflex block now, so we do have the potential for that stun coming out from the yummy kind of frenzy. But also with that Hellfire Brew there, they've got that opportunity to force that reflex block. Never mind, T-Tigers get stunned.
Yeah, good stun underneath turret there. Again, just a little too much healing that comes out of this Lyra. They are not able to find a kill. And that is T-Tigers, after getting that health, going very, very aggressive. Very back and forth fight here. D'Enzio finding some damage on Zax, but Grace is level 6, gets the Divine Intervention off, and they do find T-Tigers. Demon with a beautiful root. They do find the kill. Unfortunately, it does go over to Eco on this Grace, but at this point, you've got to take a kill wherever you can get it.
Yeah, Grace used her. I think that we just saw the healing coming out from Grace there onto Demon, and I'm pretty sure I saw some healing coming out there.
The fountain definitely came out on Demon, but the Divine Intervention was used on Zax on this Idris.
Well, he's got the Eve of Harvest now, so that's a little bit more sustainable. And this is the thing about Misfits composition is that they scale. I personally feel that they scale a lot better into the later game, especially with the Rhyme there. And that's going to be a danger for Immortals as we proceed over the next few minutes there. So we see this Poison Shiv, we see this Eve of Harvest. There are very sustainable builds coming out from the heroes there. And especially if you're looking at T-Tigers and Max Green, those are really hard counters going into them. Immortals, they're still sticking to the same tactics, just applying a lot of pressure into the lane. It's working really well. Zax's super low right now.
Yeah, and that Divine Intervention comes out super early. That is now a 55-second cooldown that ability is left on. A miss stun, and Zax already super low again. That's a fountain already burned out of Eco here. And T-Tiger's looking to maybe get in here if he can get a clear shot onto Zax. He does have that Aftershock ready to go, and Zax is dangerously low, especially with T-Tigers have those empowered basic attacks.
Yeah, it's definitely working really well. Zax's having to stay very careful in terms of positioning. Oh, they're going in.
And that is some major aggression there. And there comes the ultimate from T-Tigers. That might be an ace if they find it. That is an ace. T-Tigers and Max Green both do lose their ace buff, but oh man, T-Tigers getting dangerously close to death. Max Green does not give him the heal, so he does not clean out the jungle of the side of Misfits, but that is first turret and positional advantage going over to the side of Immortals.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's a nice 4K gold lead there going towards Immortals as well. So the pressure that D'Enzio was applying there was really, he was avoiding everything. So he was able to avoid the Winter Spires as well as the chakrams that Misfits were throwing out. And even after the Divine Intervention, it wasn't enough. And I think this is kind of, so we've seen him investing in a little bit more armor. He's got that cold place now. He's going to be a little bit more durable. I think what we really want to be seeing is that the Atlas Pauldrons come out from Eco, which he does have, but what I want to see is him going just kind of really into D'Enzio's face, applying the Atlas Pauldrons, and I think that's when we can really see Misfits diving for the opportunity here. But T-Tiger's kind of on the wrong side of everything right now, but he's going to escape.
Yeah, that's one thing we constantly see out of T-Tigers, though, is he finds a way out of almost every situation. Bright Bulwark comes out, slows down the Grace, and D'Enzio does find some good damage onto both Eco and Zax. But, we have this turret here, so not really sure how aggressive the side of Immortals can be here. We're still got pretty healthy players on the side of Misfits right now. And that changes very, very quickly.
That it does. All three members of Misfits there just went down super quickly. They're just going for the turret straight under. They're going to get it.
They do get it, and they do end up losing T-Tigers, and Max Green looks like he's going to die here too. Zax does not find Dienzio, however. That is a kill going over to Dienzio, so we now have Demon and Eco alive, who cannot really keep up with the Ringo, and that is another kill going over to Dienzio. Dienzio does not block the root, but hopefully with a slow from Max Green here, Dienzio can get out, but the base connect does not come through quick enough. That is Demon securing the third kill for Misfits, and we are up 7-3 for Immortals right now.
As a 2-for-2 trade, and I think this is really proving that Rhyme is just absolutely unstoppable right now. They're really struggling to kill him, beginning to struggle to kill him. He's just if he managed to get on top of them, land that root, which he is doing, which he's doing most of the time. I think Dienzio tried to block that one there, but was unable to hit it. There's not much escape. And the thing was with the Ringo, you've got that range, you're able to reposition away. But when you're low on energy and Demon is able to catch you out like that, it's extremely difficult to escape, especially when Max Green doesn't have the energy to give you that Imperial Sigil, to give you that speed boost to escape.
Yeah, and Demon did have a boots proc, and Dienzio did not. Dienzio has invested into the tier 2 boots, so his will be up quicker in the future. But, that is a kill going over to Demon. And again, if this Idris and Rhyme can make it late enough in the game, they definitely have the potential to come back in this game. But right now, it is looking very good for Immortals. We have the Aftershock and the Broken Myth completed on T-Tigers. And that is a heavy engage coming out of Misfits there. They do find a lot of damage on Dienzio. In fact, they find the kill on Dienzio. That is a good fight going over to Misfits there. T-Tigers and Max Green backing off, but ready to come and contest this gold mine.
Yeah, I really like the use of they forced we saw a lot of focus there from Misfits onto Dienzio there. He was able to block the root, but he wasn't able to block the stun coming out from Grace, and I think that really caught them out. We did see Max Green using the Crucible to block it, but there's a lot of crowd control now that we're seeing coming out from Misfits that can't be accounted for by all the members of Immortals with their blocks. And I think this is where we had to watch the positioning there coming out from Dienzio, because if all three members are able to get on top of the Dienzio, he is their main damage dealer. Koshka's there to deal with the burst damage and give Dienzio the time to build up those breaking point stacks. But if they're able to burst him down straight away like that, it just forces Max Green and T-Tigers just to back away from the fight completely and allow Misfits to take their objectives.
Yeah, and as we get later into this game, I definitely think a lot of the fights are going to be dependent on Max Green here. He has the ability to keep this Idris off of Dienzio long enough for him to get damage down. That Bright Bulwark can really limit what Idris can do. His Shimmer Strike and his Shroud Step are both affected by the Bright Bulwark. So if Max Green can provide Dienzio distance, they might still be able to find these fights. But if the Atlas gets down over and over again, then that's going to be looking good for Misfits. And a huge engage here. Misfits dropping very, very low, very quick. The Divine Intervention does come out. And that is looking like a very low Dienzio, but now Zax is incredibly far out as well. T-Tiger's dropping dangerously low as well. Fountain is already burned on both sides. The Crucible is still up for Max Green, and the Sigil does give the health back to his teammates, and they could be ready to fight again if they know that the Fountain is down for Misfits.
The Fountain is down, and this is where we're going to see the composition of Misfits coming into its late game potential, I guess, at this point. And I think in that little skirmish, they were the ones that definitely just came off a lot better in terms of the healing, and I think just the mobility of Idris there made it really difficult. It forced out the war treads, it forced out the bulwark, it kind of forced out everything from Max Green, maybe a little bit prematurely, but it was exactly what they needed to get away. And even then, Demon there as a really effective front line, forcing them back even further. So actually what we're seeing at this point is that DNZ was really struggling to get build up those breaking point stacks onto Zax or Eco there.
And one thing we talk about is the burst damage that T-Tigers has on this Koshka. They do secure the gold mine here, but one thing that Grace is really, really good into is once a hero has burned their burst, if that's really what that hero specializes in, that Divine Intervention can not only reduce that incoming damage, but also provide that heal that backs it up. So, we could see a lot of damage negated if the ability is used correctly. T-Tigers does get caught out a little bit here, but he does block both the root and the stun.
Yep, he used his boots and his reflex block to get away from that there. And this is a dangerous position for Immortals to be in because all three members of Misfits have their infusions ready, and only Dienzio has a level 10 infusion ready. So I'm not sure this is the best position for them to be applying pressure to Misfits. I feel like this is not this is not a trade-off that they're going to win particularly well, but maybe I'm wrong because
T-Tigers did pop that infusion that he had in his pocket. So that is a level 12 infusion going on to T-Tigers there. Demon dropping dangerously low. Eco, very, very good call, though. Sees Demon is going to get out safe, saves the Divine Intervention and the Fountain. However, that is them having to recall back to base, and T-Tigers and D'Enzio do find the entire jungle of Misfits here.
That is, and what we do see is that Immortals are able to clear the entire jungle. They're not able to get the Kraken in time, but this is a good position for Immortals to be in. They've got control of the jungle. They've played some good vision thanks to Max Green. And right now it's just kind of waiting for the opportunity to fight. So Demon, I think he's got about a minute left on that Crystal Infusion. Zach's picked up the Tension Bow, which I think is really good in terms of the Shield Pierce, because we do see D'Enzio now with a Metal Jacket. You want that extra Shield Pierce. Shield Pierce? What am I talking about? Armor Pierce to be going through. But that Nullwave Gauntlet there that we're seeing coming from Max Green, that's going to be extremely useful. And if you can get that timing just right, it can really just put it down. If you can just stop Zax from using his Shroud Step, they can really trap him with the Bulwark.
Yeah, especially if they're able to block out the Fountain coming out of Eco. He still will have that Divine Intervention that we discussed is very, very good into bursty comps like we have on Immortals here. That is Max Green taking a lot of damage, does get stunned, is going to have to Arcane Passage out. Demon drops a little low, but we have not used a Fountain yet out of Max Green, and there comes the Fountain for both sides. Unfortunately, Idris does drop, and that is really the saving grace for Immortals here. And that is a dead Demon, as well as very, very likely going to push Eco all the way back to base. Not sure they can find the kill yet, but I guess we'll see. T-Tigers getting low on energy. Man, they're diving so far, and they do clean up the ace. T-Tigers looking to recall, has lost his ace buff. D'Enzio proxy farming a little bit there. That is an ace for Immortals, and very likely going to be pushing either this turret or Kraken or both.
I really like what they did there, because what we saw there was that they were able to trap Max Green, and they placed a lot. What we saw was that Misfits, they used a lot. They used the Holy Nova. They placed a lot of emphasis on trying to kill Max Green, but he was holding on to his passage there. So at the very end, he was able to escape. And like the whole time, D'Enzio was building a breaking point stack. So that by the time that Misfits started fighting the rest of the Immortals, he was already on 8 or 9 breaking point stacks, and that's not a position that they want to be in. So by allowing Max Green to be used as bait there, they were able to turn that around, because Misfits had used quite a lot already onto them.
Yeah, and D'Enzio also has completed his Metal Jacket and his Aegis, which really prevented a lot of the damage that Zax was able to put down. He was able to survive longer in the fight, and again, with that Poison Shiv and the Imperial Sigil coming out of Max Green, he was able to sustain through that fight. Like you said, they pretty much started off the fight with 8 stacks of breaking point, and we really seen the fight start to swing really quickly. We don't have a breaking point on this Idris. We have the Tension Bow build going for him. So this Idris really needs to get a little bit more poke down if he can try to burn out a cooldown from Max Green. If they can engage with that Imperial Sigil down, it's going to be absolutely huge for them.
Yeah, absolutely. You're right. And with the vision being placed down, so all the infusions, they're beginning to run a bit low now, especially for Demon again. Oh, here goes the Hellfire Brew.
And it is a huge engage out of Immortals there, and they find Demon very, very quickly. T-Tigers finds the stun onto the Idris, and that is going to be a dead Grace as well. Looking to bait out a little bit of time here, but that is the ace, and Immortals is going to push here, and they may have the damage with 30-second timers to finish the game.
I think they're going to finish the game. They're not even going to go for the Kraken at this point. And what they're doing is they're not allowing Grace to engage first. And if they do allow Grace to engage with the stun, that's when they usually struggle a little bit. But this time they're able to get the damage there. Straight on the Demon. Demon's the first target. He was, we saw D'Enzio avoid the Valkyrie there and just, again, build up the breaking stacks extremely, extremely quickly. By focusing on Demon and then using the Yummy Cat and Frenzy there to focus on the Zax, it just kind of splits up the whole team of Misfits at the end. And it felt like Misfits looked really strong for, I think, the middle portion of the game. But I think at the end, I feel like Immortals just kind of really brought their team fights together. They focused really well. They had some really nice rotations coming at the end. And it just felt like Misfits, we weren't really seeing the power of that rhyme like we were in the mid game.
Yeah, we definitely didn't see the rhyme take off the way we'd have liked to. Immortals playing absolutely fantastic that game, though. Again, we talk about T-Tigers and Max Green being on their comfort pick, but D'Enzio has played this Ringo with huge success in the past. In fact, actually won the Spring Championship back in 2016 on a Ringo pick. So absolutely huge pick for him as well. And that's what we see, 9, 2, and 3 out of D'Enzio on this Ringo. But, T-Tigers, 3 kills, 9 assists. So, the kill participation was absolutely perfect out of the side of Immortals here.
It was absolutely perfect, and we're going to go back to the draft composition here. We were saying a lot. DNZ always been Vox, and he's been playing so much Vox that got target back. It was banned away from him at the start. So we see him playing this Ringo, another hero that he's very comfortable. Seeing him playing a lot of Ringo in the past, and it's one of those heroes that suits his playstyle particularly well. I think he's definitely one of those more weapon based heroes, and he always does particularly well in terms of positioning. And I think that was one of those games that really showed off at the end how good he was, avoiding everything that Misfits was trying to throw at him, such as the Winter Spires and the Valkyries.
Yeah, very, very well played out of both teams here. It is best of 3, so Misfits will have a chance to come back into the series, and we will be moving on with Dragonborn now.
Yeah, guys, that was a pretty intense matchup. I think, really just highlighting the fact that no matter if we're single ban,
maybe not yet. Maybe Dragon's not quite ready for us.
I am. No, I was just highlighting the fact that T-Tigers on this Koshka has really become a threat, and it's actually amazing that we see it make it through. On single ban draft, we had talked about it today on, all right, there's not as many opportunities to remove Koshka from this Immortals team. On double ban draft, though, there is, and yet we are still not seeing that prioritization to say, all right, Tigers, play something else. So he's going to keep playing it, and this is arguably one of the best Koshkas in all of North America. I think at this point it's safe to say that T-Tigers is just going to menace you and ruin your chances in the jungle. And we saw that against the Rhyme. Now, Rhyme is late game, though, Day. But even as a late game hero, it's not surprising that we do see that prioritization on the Koshka, snowball the game, get the early lead, and then get the win as fast as you can. I really like Immortals' decision to just keep forcing teams to rethink it and force them off of something, and it's definitely a great way to play. You're basically forcing teams to react to you instead of being more proactive in the draft.
Yeah, and Koshka and Rhyme kind of go back and forth. Rhyme can handle really well into melee heroes, but Koshka's mobility, if played correctly, can really dance around a Rhyme's Winter Spires. And that's really something that we saw T-Tigers capitalize on that game. So that's why back in the draft, I was really discussing, is this Baron the right draft ban going into Immortals, knowing that Koshka's on the table? I feel like with the Grace Idris combination they set up, they had a very, very strong composition into baiting out a Baron pick. So to let that Koshka go through is definitely something I think they're going to have to, think about going into the next game here. I think you have to take T-Tigers off of this. Now that does open up some other really strong jungle picks for him, for example, Baptiste. But, it's just, it's very hard to draft into this Immortals roster.
Yeah, I think it's worth noting too, though, that the Rhyme pick, Demon was playing it very well. There's a lot of good moments, but he did miss, especially in those last 2 fights. We noticed there were some pivotal fights where he did miss his ultimate, and that was just, you actually was baited into using it a little too soon. It didn't connect. There's a lot of damage and AoE that comes with that, and plus positioning that he can get in there and deal additional spires to kind of, start taking his enemy opponents down. And because of that, nice positioning by Immortals really to bait that out, really negated a big chunk of those team fight damages. We are ready to get into the draft for game number 2, so we're gonna head right into there, guys, as it is the draft like it's ready begins. To start. A lot's on the line here. Immortals definitely
They indeed take that game very decisively, but again, we talked about Immortals being on their comfort picks, and man, that first ban Koshka coming out from the side of Misfits, having seen them pick that Koshka first through the whole Challenger series, definitely taking it seriously now after they've seen it. Vox does come off the table, and now this opens up a couple picks for the side of Misfits. They have the Baron on the table, they have the Grumpjaw on the table, they have the Grace on the table as well. So these are a bunch of strong picks. They decide the Lyra instead. Now, this is a little interesting to me to go with the Lyra.
I think this is really interesting because we've seen all 3 of the priority picks from Immortals being just completely denied away from them. Lyra from away from Max Green, a pretty consistent pick for him. The Koshka and the Vox as well. So this is really kind of opens up a new kettle of fish in terms of what we'll be seeing Immortals play, which will be that Grace. And of course, like you said, the Baron and the Grumpjaw are still open for the bans. And I wouldn't be surprised if we see that Grumpjaw coming out. Or not.
Yeah, we see the Glaive ban come out. This is something that Immortals in general has really shown they don't like playing against. The Glaive is just a very annoying hero to go into. But what this also does is this forces Misfits now to ban away either the Grumpjaw or the Baron. And Lyra is a good pick into Baron. If you can get that heavy engage down, drop the Bright Bulwark, prevent Baron from going anywhere, that can be a great play, but they don't take the bait. They pick up the Idris. And the Grace Idris combination can be really, really dangerous. So we'll just have to see how Immortals finishes out the draft here. I'm not sure the hero pool on the side of Misfits is as vast as the side of Immortals.
I don't think it is. I think you want to be going for one of those quite high range heroes. Maybe that Baron will be a pickup for them. I'm not completely expecting it, to be honest, at this point. But like you're saying, the Grace and the Idris, that those two heroes, they have the potential to be very, very strong together as long as you allow them to scale into the late game. I feel like Idris in the early game perhaps doesn't match up as best as well as some of the other heroes, such as that Ringo, which has been picked up.
Now, Ringo and Samuel come out, and this is an interesting composition to me here because the Grace can be very good at blocking out the incoming damage from Samuel. She has that passive that reduces a percentage of damage incoming, so that is absolutely huge for the side of Immortals. We haven't seen T-Tigers play too much other than the Koshka. We have seen him play some Grumpjaw as well. I almost want to say this is an opportunity for Immortals to pick up a Celeste in this position. This is something that we haven't seen T-Tigers play in a very, very long time. But I do recall a time where T-Tigers was an amazing jungle Kestrel back on Hammer's Kinetic back in the day. But this is indeed going to be a CP Kestrel coming out. So it looks like we're going to have the Idris in the lane on Dienzio and a CP Kestrel on T-Tigers.
I think I actually really like the draft here. Well, I actually like both of the drafts coming out. So the Grace going into the triple range is not something I'm a particular fan of, because for her to try and land that Holy Nova onto all three of them, she gets put into quite a precarious position. But that CP Kester kind of counterbalances it because of the range and the splash damage coming out from the Glimmer shots could make life very difficult for Misfits here.
It could, and T-Tiger's such a fantastic player. I definitely think that he's going to show us a lot of work on this Crystal Kestrel. Samuel can have a lot of success in the Crystal Kestrel because once you do get that damage down, she can't put any more traps down. But if T-Tigers positions himself well around the fights, baits out the traps well, I definitely think that, with this squishy composition that we see on the side of Misfits, that this Kestrel can really capitalize on mispositions out of them.
Yeah, and I think what's worrying here for me looking at CP Kestrel is that there's not really a particular hero, apart from the Arcane Path side of Misfits, which will allow them to dive onto that CP Kestrel, prevent her from using her Glimmer Shots to just effectively trap her. So I think that could be a very dangerous scenario for Misfits to be in, but I think that's more of an issue once we get into the late game. But for now, I think the Max Green just managed to sneak past all three.
Max Green definitely being a little bit sneaky here. Getting
oh, no.
Man, did he get it? No, he did not get it. Okay, so Demon did find it. That is all three members of Misfits using a little bit of their time there. T-Tigers does start cleaning up his jungle as well. He's going to reach level 2 very quickly here. And Max Green really abusing the speed of that Grace is still in the enemy jungle now. He does not find any of the farm, but he has been a nuisance for the side of Misfits and really forced Eco to be in the back of the jungle and protect Demon. Demon's still level 1, and man, those Glimmer shots coming through out of T-Tigers. He is out of energy. Unfortunately, Misfits does not recognize that and does not capitalize on that.
Yeah, they don't. They don't capitalize, and I feel like that was maybe something they could have turned on, but I think at the point, like I said, T-Tigers, he was level 2. I think it was a smart move there, allowing Max Green to be super aggressive, allowing T-Tigers to solo farm, pick up all the XP there, and therefore level up to get to level 2 quicker than Demon could. In terms of aggression on the CP Kestrel, I think that's a playstyle that actually really matches T-Tigers' playstyle really well. I can see him being really aggressive in the early game on that Kestrel. So I was expecting it as well. And in terms of positioning as well, Grace there, she can soak up the damage from the Samuel, like you said. Her heroic perk works really well for that. Then this could be very tricky for Misfits in those team fights.
It could be, and we do have an engage a little bit coming there out of the side of Immortals. They do find the health treant, so that is an absolutely huge thing for Max Green there. Unfortunately, it's not T-Tigers that finds it, but just to take it away from Demon is a win all in its own, and it looks like they're going to find the ancient treant as well. Max Green does get rooted up a little bit there. T-Tigers getting a little low on energy. He should be all right once he gets this clear. Demon backing off, getting a little bit more crystal power. Sitting down at 9 farm, though, as we've got T-Tigers up at 16, as well as going to his backs now.
Yeah, well, this is what we've been. What we've been seeing is that Eco's been babysitting Zaxxonly, and the whole time it's a bit of a 2v1 situation jungle, which allows them to go for faster clear speeds, and T-Tigers has been able to deny farm away from Demon. But on the flip side, well, actually, never mind, because it looks like the NZO's managed to catch up on farm. The only issue here is I'm having with CP Castro is we are seeing him running out of energy fairly quickly.
Oh. Yeah, that is one thing that we see out of the Crystal Kestrel early. Max Green taking a little bit of damage here. T-Tigers still hasn't had a chance to buy, so that's something that we're going to have to be careful on the side of Immortals. D'Enzio has not had a chance to buy either, and is sitting on 2,000 gold, as well as Zax on this Ringo. The wave is pushed, and unfortunately, because D'Enzio is on this Idris, he has very short range. Huge damage coming down onto Max Green here. Demon does find the kill. Finds a bit of damage on D'Enzio as well, and T-Tigers is going to be forced to rotate up here. Unfortunately, still only 2 crystal bits, though.
That is only 2 crystal bits. He's still on a lot of gold there. His man sets a trap there with the active camel. And I think this is the issue with what we're seeing with this triple ranged composition. That's going to be really difficult for him to try and fight against. Oh, Demon, wow. What?
Wow, okay. Huge glimmer shot coming out there of T-Tigers gets him down to 1 basic attack for Max Green after those turret shots. Huge play out of Immortals there. And that is the jungle shop now spawned. T-Tigers does get 2 energy batteries for the energy regeneration. We should see him a lot better on energy now. However, he does come out a little too far. Yeah. And Max Green will be here to save the day. A stun and a slow. Huge damage coming out of T-Tigers there. They do find the kill. And Max Green is going to attempt to get a little bit of this farm of his own. Eco is forced to come back to his side as Demon is forced to rotate up into the lane to prevent this wave from being lost to the turret.
I would actually start to say that T-Tigers, his positioning wasn't great because he got trapped. He was right in very close proximity there to Zax and Eco. But Max Green there actually managed to save the day there with his Holy Nova, managed to stun them, and just turned into a really nice combination, allowing them to pick up the kill there onto Zax. T-Tigers, so he's got a fair bit of crystal power now there. He's got the energy, so we shouldn't be seeing him having as much energy problems as he did before. And right now, the thing is, if we're looking at Misfits, they don't have that shield. Those glimmer shots are packing a punch, as we saw earlier when Demon just got absolutely annihilated there with 1 glimmer shot. And that's when you have to be really careful about positioning. You want to be using those sigils very well to make sure, just to prevent that from happening again. But right now, there is still no shield. Any future glimmer shots is just going to be doing a lot of damage, as we can see.
Yeah, and T-Tigers does find a couple glimmer shots there. Get some damage down on the turret. The Lyra is able to heal up this Ringo. Max Green being very aggressive, getting some damage down there. T-Tigers finding a lot of poke. Demon does come up, but does not have the Drifting Dark, and this is actually a huge cooldown that Samuel has to be focused on when he's coming into a fight. 1 shot, 1 kill does find Eco. The sigil comes out, heals him back up a little bit, but right now, with the damage that T-Tigers is able to put out, this is looking a little bad for Misfits now. Samuel will scale up as the game goes on, but if Immortals wins the early game the way they did last game, then this could be Misfits dropping in game number 2.
Yeah, the issue that I'm seeing here is that, yes, T-Tigers, he's got a lot of crystal damage there right now, but his damage is coming from those 4 glimmer shots, and he has to wait for that cooldown before he can use them again. And because of the triple range that we're seeing coming out from Misfits, if they can just avoid those glimmer shots or just stay alive long enough, I think they actually have a better chance of just sieging them and just attacking the moment that T-Tigers glimmer shots are down. So just keeping a close eye on how many glimmer shots will be fired out. Hacks there. No forgiveness there coming out from T-Tigers.
Yeah, very accurate with the glimmer shots here. That is a ultimate that gets landed by Demon, but man, he's not able to find the damage as that Grace is standing right in front. T-Tigers finds a double kill with the glimmer shot. That is going to be the turret going over to the side of Immortals, and they may be able to rotate down here and get a gold mine as well, but instead it looks like they're going to push the lane and get some damage down on this turret. And Zax is coming, but man, they are looking healthy on the side of Immortals. That might be another turret. Man, 2 turrets out of a level 5 push from D'Enzio and Max Green. T-Tigers doing really well on this Kestrel as well. That is a late fountain coming out of Max Green there. Not quite having the Divine Intervention yet to save T-Tigers from the Hellfire Brew. Man, Demon going dangerously far. That is a 1-for-1 trade. D'Enzio finds Zax, and now D'Enzio is going to chase down Eco here on this Lyra, and man, that is a good trade going over for Immortals. 7-3, 7 minutes into the game. 2 turrets and a 4,000 gold lead. Immortals is looking pretty strong, despite being off those comfort picks we talked about.
They do. I love what DNZO. I absolutely love what DNZO there. He allowed Eco and Demon to chase Max Green under the turret, and the whole time he was just waiting for Zax to get right in position around Zax there, so they could steal it. Oh, never mind. Misfits are not able to steal it. But as I'll say before, I loved what DNZO did there. It was a really risky trade-off, but he knew in that 1v1 he was going to win, and it worked out so well, because if you look at the CS, he's out farming Zax. He knows that they have a gold advantage, and he is going to be able to win those 1v1 trade-offs. I think the fact is that we did lose T-Tigers. I think maybe they just overstayed their welcome a little bit, but they were able to pick up 2 turrets. Immortals are looking very comfortable at 8 minutes with this 4k gold lead.
Yeah, and to me, if you pick up 2 turrets, a gold mine, and only lose two kills, you die twice and do not even take any damage on your turret, I think you're winning all day on that one. I don't think anybody can contest that you're winning all day on that one. Immortals is grouped up here, and Misfits definitely playing on the back foot a little bit here, knowing that they cannot really win fights right now. This Samuel has just now completed his Frostburn. He's really going to have to work into this Broken Myth before he's able to start putting out a lot of damage. Zax only having 1 item complete as well. Dienzio almost having 3. Demon taking a lot of damage. Huge double stun coming out of T-Tigers there. 1 shot, 1 kill, and a Shimmer Strike finishes up the Lyra. That is another ace at 9 minutes going over to Immortals, and that is going to be another turret.
I am being very impressed with Max Green's grace just in this past game. He has been landing those holy, catching them out, because I feel like Misfits, he should be picking up the kills Tigers every single time. Green using his benediction just to close the gap and land those holy novas is just allowing Immortals to be turning the fights around and picking up the kills. And it's looking at the builds coming out from Misfits. They've really prioritized that armor. So we see Zax there with the Cult Place. Eagles finished off his Atlas Podges. And I'm going to question that, because I don't think Idris was the main threat in the early game. And I think just looking at the draft from the start is I would prioritize that shield against Kestrel, because Kestrel, with those glimmer shots, she's extremely quick at taking down the turrets. She's extremely quick at taking down the damage, and you want to have a little bit of shield against her. The fact that there's absolutely no shielding coming out from Zax or Demon, and that really is explaining just the scoreboard right now between the two teams.
Well, especially in that last fight, we see this double Shatterglass Kestrel, and when Zax walked into that glimmer shot that also had the active camo down, it was 100-0 in no time at all. So definitely going to have to respect the damage that T-Tigers is able to put out. Wow, he got oh my goodness, the damage. That is looking like it's going to be another ace going over to the side of Immortals. If they can find Demon here, I don't think they should have any problem doing so. T-Tigers not even coming down to help his team. Just trust that they can do it. Is going to push the lane by himself. That is the ace going over to the side of Immortals. Man, what just absolutely capitalizing on the fact that the Lyra stepped a little bit out of position into that trap, and they are here to win. This is a team that we've revered from the beginning as a team that can make it to the VG8 and will probably get there uncontested, and they are showing it right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you look at the placement of the trap that she set as well, as in a narrow channel, it was unavoidable for Misfits to step on it. And they knew exactly that Immortals, they were able to flank them. And that's something that shouldn't have happened. We do see Ecosystem with vision. He's trying to maintain that vision to prevent those things from happening, but it's just not good enough. I feel like Immortals are so far ahead right now that they're able to maintain this constant jungle presence as well as lane presence right now. And there's Max Green, he's taking about half health. He does not care. They have a 9k gold lead right now, and they are not afraid of it. If you look at the CS, it's showing in everything in terms of items, in terms of how the team fight's progressing. If you look at the levels as well, T-Tigers level 11 and Demon's level 9. There's just a massive level discrepancies between the two teams right now. And Misfits, they're just, I don't really know what, I'm really struggling to see how they can try and prevent these from happening. Vision, preventing those traps from happening. But right now they're such a precarious position. I feel like they're just not respecting T-Tigers enough. And what seems to me, okay, they're going in DNZO 1v3.
DNZO does have a little bit of health benefit with the Divine Intervention and the Echo Divine Intervention coming out. They are diving very deep in this base. It does look like DNZO is going to drop. T-Tigers does find the kill onto Zax. That is a very healthy Kestrel as well as a Grace here in the lane. And it looks like they're just going to push this wave into the turret. Now, the respawn timers are pretty low, so they're going to have to be careful, especially with Lyra. But the ultimate is down. That Arcane Passage was used in that last fight to escape. That is up 15-4 now for the side of Immortals. They're going to take down this Crystal Sentry. I believe that should be the last life for that. Really, the only thing you can do here if you're Misfits is if you can catch somebody out, you can definitely win a fight. The level discrepancy, level 12 on T-Tigers to level 10 on Demon, is absolutely huge. And T-Tigers has been here for a while. So, you really got to try to catch somebody out. But Immortals has really just been sticking together so well. That's going to be hard to do.
Yeah, I feel like that they are what seems to me in the team fights is they are trying to catch Tigers out because he's probably theoretically the easiest one to catch out. The issue is they're getting caught up by the stun coming out from the Grace, and I think a Crucible would go a long way if Eco is able to block that use the Crucible to block the Holy Nova coming out from Grace. Then maybe they have the chance to catch onto T-Tigers. Unfortunately, there's no blocks on the side of Zax or Demon, so if they do get caught by the crowd control, they are caught out. And there's 2 potential CCs there on the side of Immortals, and Misfits aren't able to avoid it every single time.
Yeah, and one thing we're going to have to focus on with Ika, and he has now bought 2 light shields to try to prevent some of this damage T-Tigers is putting down. We really have to see him with the vision now, though. We've seen too many times now they've walked right into scout traps. If you are flaring everywhere you're going, you're going into T-Tigers on this Crystal Kestrel. You know that he's been landing great active camos on you over and over again. You really have to flare your way out and make sure you don't walk into an instant death trap. So, if Eco's able to get some vision down, it might help them find a bit of damage into the back line. But D'Enzio being so aggressive here. Max Screen does come in on Demon, just being a little bit of a nuisance. We do have a 3rd item completed now for the Ringo, but man, is it going to have any time to scale up? D'Enzio already has a metal jacket.
I don't know if it's going to be able to scale up. It's a bit worrying because right now it feels to me that Immortals, they're just waiting for that Kraken to spawn, because before, whenever they're picking up the aces, the respawn timers were just a little bit too quick, so they weren't able to pick up the inner base turrets here. But now that the Kraken's up, they're in a really good position to be taking that Kraken out really quickly and make that final push. So I think part of the issue here that we're seeing Eco, he's really struggling to get those final items, struggling to get the War Treasure or even the Crucible. And part of that is just because Immortals, they maintain such a good presence that he's not getting any single gold, because you have to split the gold between the 2 carries as well. And not really much is going on to the roam there. D'Enzio 2v3ing. I think they're probably going to be able to do this.
Yeah, that is a reflex block burned on the Hellfire Brew. 1 shot, 1 kill does go wide, and now they know that T-Tigers is in lane. The Divine Intervention does come out on D'Enzio. The Echo did get used on a Divine Intervention. It is already back up. That is huge damage coming out. And the Divine Intervention goes off. That is Demon now running away from T-Tigers, D'Enzio, and Max Green. And that is a kill going over. 16 minutes into the game. It looks like they're just going to make their attempt to push. We have pretty short death timers here still. This is a little bit of an interesting call here out of Immortals. I think I would have liked to see them secure the Kraken here. But it looks like, maybe they're just, we can win the fight when it comes out, and both turrets go down. They do have the damage. T-Tigers took that turret out a little quicker than I thought he was going to, and Misfits never even actually leaving the platform. Well, now they have that. That was a very, very confident call out of the side of Immortals there. Those death timers were pretty low, and they just pushed right into base and tanked up the damage, took down both turrets, and that is game 2 going over to the side of Immortals. Very, very impressive gameplay. Very impressive call at the end there as well.
Yeah, and I think it clearly shows that you can't really target ban away from Immortals. They took away all their favorite picks, and I feel like it didn't really work. Max Green there at the end of the Echo using his Divine Intervention, it was absolutely brutal because the healing was just immense coming out, and it felt like before Immortals couldn't really be killed anyway, but with that Divine Intervention, it just felt even more difficult for Misfits to even try and get damage down. And I think it was just a snowball at this point. The infusions were coming out, and if you look at the scoreboard, if you look at the items there, they were so far behind in terms of CS, in terms of items, in terms of levels, that it became really difficult to see how they were going to make it back, even at the mid game stage.
Indeed.
Yeah, guys, at 14 minutes, it was over a 10,000 gold lead. Immortals just absolutely shocking. I mean, and of course, T Tigers, once they had this snowball lead, he was able just to go right into the double shatter glass. It's actually something we see when you are able to snowball with the Kestrel. You don't even need to worry about any other items. You can just keep pushing along. It's very little that the enemy team can do. And Immortals, man, quick and easy. This is what we're talking about. We really knew that going into this Challenger Series, this would be a top team to watch. And of course, they have handily beat Misfits there, this 2-0. In this best of 3 series. Now, guys, Misfits does drop down to the elimination round, but Immortals is now officially qualified for the challenge battles. They're going to be playing the winners finals tomorrow, and we will be figuring out who will determine the first, second, and third place. But it is just wow, I mean, really impressive stuff coming out of this team here. We got a lot more action for everybody. Of course, we have another matchup coming in here tonight in this round of the winners round here for the quarterfinals. It is going to be Rogue versus Tribe Gaming. That's one I think that we can expect to be a little bit closer as we look to get into that momentarily. So with that, we're going to take a quick break, everybody, and when we come back, we'll get into our next series of the night. Welcome back, everybody. We are here live at the VIS desk getting ready for our second series. We're actually staying in the quarterfinals for the winner's bracket as we have Rogue and Tribe Gaming. They are queued up, ready to get into this matchup. And I do want to take just a few moments to talk a little bit about this and get into what we kind of expect to see from these two teams here as we get into game number one between these. These are very evenly matched teams from skill set, from, you know, their seeding, of course, but also from what we've seen throughout the Challenger Series. They've had ups and downs. They've lost a few games here or there, but they've played very well and better than we've seen them play, you know, for some time, putting up a lot of wins and actually just doing it in pretty dominant fashion with certain games. So let's get right into it, guys, as we look to break this down. Denomine, when you start taking a look at these two teams, right, you know, they are the second and third seed, but ignoring seeds completely, and you look at the rosters, Pon, the original, Hammy, and Evil, and Sibs being the sub now on this team, Rogue really improved in the offseason, and they've really shown, but they're going into Tribe Gaming, who I really think their challenge battle performance was really an underperformance, as they have a lot of potential.
They do indeed have a lot of potential. You know, you discussed Rogue looking very good with this pawn, the original pickup. I do think our player of the player to watch for this game needs to be Hammy, though. You know, in the VIS series, he's been looking very, very fantastic on a lot of picks. I think most notably, he had a absolutely amazing Idris play game last week. And, you know, I definitely think this is something that we have to watch. I think he may be a very underrated laner. And I think that going into Mixie here, Mixie we do know as a world champion of the past, I think Hammy can really bring a good challenge here for Mixie this game.
Yeah, I absolutely do, and I think that, you know, Rogue really has the chance here to show everybody. I mean, a lot of doubters, as they didn't have the performance they wanted in the challenge battles. They were, you know, they took it to 5 games, but it was very, very close, and I know they are anxious to get back into it. We are ready to get into the draft, guys, so let's jump right into it. Denomine, let's see what we got starting off with the first ban.
It helps if I click on the right one. Oh no. All right, so getting the draft up here, we do have a little bit of time burned down here for the side of Rogue. They do ban away the Grace. We discussed the Grace being a very, very strong pick, taking off the table very, very early in the draft here. Does make sense to me. Now we'll just have to see how this, you know, how we react to this Grace ban. And it is the Lyra, so we do get 2 healers off the table very, very early. And this is something that is very, very smart to do. You don't want to give one away and not have the other. And that is a Vox first pick coming out of the side of Rogue.
The Vox first pick. I like the 2 healers being taken away. We've been seeing quite game changing in the past series. Certainly, we've seen Immortals and Misfits. There, Vox definitely such a priority pick there. I feel like, you know, I love doing the NA region compared to the EU because it's so drastically different. Oh, and Grumjaw gets let through.
Grumjaw does get let through, and it does get picked up. We've seen Status play this pick with a lot of success. However, this is a still flexible pick. I think he's fallen off a little bit in the roam category, but with the right composition, you know, again, that Grumjaw ultimate can be absolutely huge, especially if the other team decides not to draft any stuns. So we'll have to see if they ban something away here that would be reflective on countering the Grumjaw, you know, a Catherine, a Glaive. Instead, we see the Samuel come out, and that to me is interesting because I think Pon does play a good Samuel. However, I think he has a very deep hero pool as well. We only see so much of it, but I do think that he can play a lot more than the Samuel, and the Baron does get answered back. So this is very likely going to be another flex pickup here for the side of Tribe Gaming, potentially a Kestrel. That is something that we could see. Weapon in the lane, Crystal in the jungle, and, you know, with the Grumjaw, it definitely still provides you a little bit of flexibility there as well.
Definitely.
And there is the Kestrel.
Well, Kestrel, Grumjaw, that's a terrifying prospect. And the thing about the Grumjaw is I feel like he's still very much a flex pick, so we don't know if he's going to play the captain position. I think most likely, or if he's been playing in the jungle position, which is also a potential, and maybe even less likely in the lane position there. But that Kestrel, I think, could be CP or weapon here.
I think you just got to answer with the way the rest of the draft goes. I think with the Catherine, you definitely have to be careful going with the Crystal Kestrel. So this will very likely be forcing Kestrel into the lane. In my opinion, we'll probably see a double proc Grumjaw in the jungle. But with the Sky picking up here, that definitely makes it risky. We do have the stun here from Catherine, as well as the potential slow coming out of Sky. We typically see that Frostburn rushed first. This is where we're very likely going to see this Grumpjaw flexed to allow something like a Taka to be picked up here going into the Sky and Vox combination, or we could even potentially see a Glaive come out still.
I think the Glaive, especially going into the Sky, having that ability to use the Afterburn to reach the Sky could be extremely powerful. Or we could be going for an extremely aggressive early game composition, which is what they're doing here with that Koshka.
And we do see the Grumpjaw does get flexed to the captain position. That is going to put Kestrel in the lane, Koshka in the jungle. Now, Koshka does have a lot of potential to snowball a Sky early. She has a lot of movement that can get her out of forward barrage. The danger is going to be this Catherine and Vox combination is actually incredibly, incredibly dangerous. The reason being that the silence coming out of Catherine, followed by the stun, Vox constantly sitting there, getting down that poison shiv mortal wound, building up breaking point stacks. He can really, really put the hurt on Koshka since Koshka has to dive so far.
Yeah, definitely. So what we kind of want to be seeing coming out from Tribe here, and I think they definitely have the potential to be doing so, Joe, Kestrel, and the Koshka. So I think that early game aggression, we've been seeing the Koshka doing really well. But what is worrying is that with the Sky, I feel like Sky also has a really reasonable clear speed. But going into the early game, Catherine is not the strongest roam. Before she has her Storm Guard, just having that one stun, the cooldown on it is about 12 seconds long, I think, at level 1. If you just wait for that stun to be used, then you can just re-enter the fights. So they have to be very wary of those very early game skirmishes, because I definitely feel that Tribe have the early game advantage.
Tribe should indeed have the early game advantage, especially with the Grumpjaw and Koshka combination. Even without items, Grumpjaw puts down a lot of damage in the early game, so I do expect to see a lot of early game push here. It looks like Mixi and E36 are going to be working towards the side of Rogue, potentially just looking to be spotted out. Sky's clearing her own jungle, and Vox is just going to be attempting to push this lane, so... It looks like Tribe is going for the Ancient Treant, but Evol is here to attempt to steal, does not get it, but does start out building up those stacks, and that's going to be absolutely huge going into the Kestrel. As Evol builds up that armor, he's going to be able to soak a lot more damage, a lot more Glibber shots that come out of Mixi on this pick.
Definitely, we're seeing an early rotation come out from Stasis here. But I don't think they're going to get anything off the back of this. No kills will be picked up there. But this is what we're going to be seeing come out from Tribe, this early regression lane, forcing the Vox back. But with that forward barrage coming out from the Sky as well. Oh, what a stun!
Yeah, and again, if the Koshka goes a little too far out and gets stunned, she's incredibly, incredibly squishy and can take a lot of damage very quick. We do see Rogue rotating down, clear out a little bit of vision there. That is a little bit of wasted gold then out of the side of Tribe. However, they do leave the front camps from the side of Tribe and do just decide to take the Elder Treant instead. If this Sky can make it to the late game, get that Frostburn down, it's really going to be a dangerous position for E36 and Status on this Koshka. Status does burn his boots in an attempt to get aggressive here, but does miss out on that Treant. Pan is rotating to the back of his jungle, and Catherine is nowhere to be found to help. This is very, very dangerous. Status finding a lot of damage. That is going to be Pan the original dropping. First blood actually goes over to E36. Maybe a little bit of a miscommunication there. You definitely would have wanted that early game gold to go onto the Koshka. Mixi does get taken pretty low here in the lane, but does make it out, and that is going to be an opportunity now with the lane pushed for Hammy to recall. And instead he doesn't. Yeah. Yep, so both laners not really wanting to leave yet. Makes a little bit of sense. You don't want to really get a bunch of gold so that your first shop is definitely worth it. Status going back to cleaning up his jungle. 3-3 on the junglers. We do see some shield already picked up out upon the original here. And Mixi does get the opportunity to back here, picks up a heavy steel and some boots, and is making his way to lane. Here we go, cleaning up some farm. Not a whole lot going on besides the one engage from Status. This is Pawn now. Evol does take the opportunity to come back here with Pawn. They clear out the jungle together to prevent Status in E36 from pushing the jungle again. And Hammy with his lane pushed now is going to come up, start cleaning up some farm. I definitely think we're going to have to see Status continue to be aggressive, though, if we want to see him succeed into this Skye and Catherine composition.
Yeah, we're seeing him trying to go into the jungle. So he's just got a 3 CS lead against going into upon the original there. But I feel like Koshka and Skye is a really good matchup because Koshka is able to dive the forward barrages and the serious threats coming out there. She's getting a lot of pressure here in the lane. I think looking at the game as it's going right now, what's a little bit worrying for me is once Rogue reaches their level 6 and we have the ultimates available for both Catherine and the box. That's a double silence combination that could be very detrimental. E36 has got the Fountain already, but he will be wanting that Crucible. And if they're not able to block one of the silences, I think the Catherine one's extremely dangerous. If they're not able to block the silences, they're not really able to do too much. It leaves Mixie in a very vulnerable position, which he is in right now.
He is. Mixie does drop a little bit low there, but the damage that Status puts out onto Hammy forces him out. It does look like Status is going to get this health treant as well, and it looks like Tribe looks like they were thinking about maybe invading. E36 here being a little bit of a nuisance, but that is probably now going to be a dead Grumpjaw for going a little too far. Indeed, that is a kill going back over to Pond, picking up the first kill actually for the side of Rogue. Status choosing to recall here. I think he missed out on a little bit of opportunity to collect some potential lane ambient gold here. Pond the original does take a turret shot. Mixie dropping very, very low on energy as well. Pond the original now has an opportunity to come down and steal away this health treant as well, but Mixie may be able to find it with a glimmer shot, and it looks like he does. Beautiful, beautiful timing out of Mixie there. Now Status is going to be very, very aggressive. One more hit, does find the kill on Skye, and now this very likely might be a dead evil as well. It is, and that is going to give the jungle away to Status if he chooses to invade. And there he goes, that fast little kitty cat, not going to be worried about the Crystal Sentry, actually. Decides to only take the middle health treant instead of going to the backs as well.
I think they're just going to try and get that turret down as fast as possible. Hammy doesn't really have that clear speed. Oh no, they're just going to go for the kill, which they get. And they're probably, I think they're going to get a good chance of taking that turret down as well. But it looks like Mixie's going to go back home, which probably is a good idea because he's looking a little bit low. But as I was saying, right now I feel Rogue, maybe they're not in the best position to be picking those team fights. Evo doesn't really have, I think he's only got really 10 captain with guard stacks. Nobody really has their ultimates yet. And I think when, as I said before, when Rogue get their ultimates, you've got a lot of crowd control that suddenly just hits them. And that's a lot that they have available. Because if you can get a death from above down, separating the members of Tribe, follow up with a few silences, that's a really great way for them to use a target focus. But then conversely, you also have that stuff coming out from Grumpjaw as well on E36, and he's able to pick his target correctly. And you know, depending on how you look at it, he's going for upon the original actually, who's looking really low.
Yeah, and the fountain's already burned out of the side of Rogue. Status is forced off as Hammy comes down here and gets a lot of damage down. Yeah, and I think this is what we should expect to see here, though, is we should see this Koshka winning the early game. We should see this Kestrel winning the early game. Pond does find his health treant, but he is going to give up the backs. And Mixie's going to have to be careful here with all 3 members of Rogue up.
Yeah, definitely are. And what we're seeing is the Koshka, she's going to the jungle a lot, but I feel like we're not seeing that massive CS differential between her and Skye. It's only 5 CS, which is, I feel, is a little bit less than I was expecting, considering how often we're seeing Status going in to the jungle. But
well, I mean, it only be 5 CS, but we're also sitting on 3 kills, and we have to take that into account as well. Status does get stunned underneath the turret, takes a bit of damage. That turret shot bringing him down incredibly low. The fountain is almost back up for E36, though, and also for Evol. On the original is backing. Mixie is going to be getting a huge amount of damage down in these fights going forward. Man, look at the damage taking. Catherine actually does drop. The one-shot, one-kill misses the mark. And that is going to be another kill. And E36 finds a stuffed ultimate there onto Vox. That is in dead Vox. 2 kills going over to Tribe. They may be able to find the turret here. Skye is here clearing out the wave. The ultimate does not get blocked out of Koshka. That is now a dead Skye as well as first turret dropping for Tribe. We are now up 4,000 gold for Tribe Gaming and positional advantage. And Status cleaning up a little bit of this jungle as well as Mixie takes an opportunity to recall and spend the 2,900 gold in his pocket. Does opt to go with Tension Bow. Status looking dangerously low here, and the kill does get found. However, that is a ultimate burned out of Catherine. That Blast Timer is on a very, very long cooldown now.
Worth it to pick up the kill there on status. I like what we saw there from Tribe. They had a really good focus there in the team fights, like waiting for the kill on Hammy, and then all three of them just focusing upon the original. They're allowing them to take this turret and then teleporting home. I think that was a really nice focus there coming out from them. And I think we can't underestimate the crowd control coming out from Tribe as well, especially the Yummy Catnip Frenzy, as well as the stuff. And I think the stuff coming out from Grumpjaw, it's not the easiest one to block. And I think we've seen a lot of professional teams struggling to block that every single time, though.
Yeah, and we definitely see a lot of the top teams just ban that Grumpjaw away just because of how annoying it is to deal with. TSM, Cloud9 both pretty consistently ban away the Grumpjaw. Strayed away from a little bit as less teams are playing it, but definitely something they've expressed they don't enjoy playing into. Status does drop a little bit low here. Rogue has an opportunity now to look to be aggressive, but we do have to consider that the stuffed ultimate is down, but the fountain is still up. And Status does make it out. He gets the recall off. Only 16 stacks built up so far on Evol on this Catherine. Mixi pretty far forward here. Does get out thanks to the active camo. They find a stun, but it's just on Evol, and he has his shield up. One shot, one kill.
Goes wide.
Yeah. Stop. Right. One shot, one kill does miss, and Koshka goes in taking a lot of damage. And we discussed this when Koshka dives in deep and does get stunned up by this Catherine. Vox has a lot of potential to get damage down on her very quickly, and that's what we see. And Status already dropped below half health. They don't end up using the fountain, but it's definitely going to be a gold mine going over to unless Evol can get in here. Nope, Koshka does find it. Oh man, bad target. Bad targeting coming out of Status there, hoping maybe Evol was away from his team. Unfortunately, Hammy and Pawn are there, and now Mixi getting chased way to the back jungle. He might find Pawn before he dies. Nope, a reflex block comes out, saves Pawn's lives. That is an ace going over to the side of Rogue, and very likely going to be first turret. Unfortunately, they have no gold mine to take for themselves on the back of it as well.
Well, that ace there and that turret just goes along towards just kind of evening up the goal difference there. And we both said that was the wrong target for Status to go onto the Yummy Catnip Frenzy. Yeah, Evo was the closest one there. Looked very easy for them, but the moment he landed that stun at the Catherine, left in perfect position for Pawn the Original to line up that forward barrage. And I think it's just kind of a domino effect there, which just went on. They were able to kill Stasis, E36. Nobody on the side of Tribe Gaming was prepared for that. And I think that 4k gold lead is now just 2k between the two teams, and turrets is absolutely equal. I feel like Tribe just lost a major advantage there with that team fight.
They did lose a pretty big advantage with that blind Yummy Catnip Frenzy into the kill zone. And again, Hammy, now that he has this third item complete, he does have that breaking point. This is a very popular build we see out of the Voxes, the Poison Shiv, Tension Bow, breaking point. He's going to ramp up very, very quickly in these fights, especially since Koshka really doesn't have any defense. We have the Aegis, but we have no armor, and Koshka is so good at getting to that backline, getting an Atlas Pauldron down. As long as he can block the Catherine stun when he dives in, that gives Grumpjaw a great opportunity to follow up with the stuffed ultimate. And it also can really, it can bait out a lot of damage loss for the side of Rogue. If you get that Atlas Pauldron down, great. Now Vox can't put down any damage. If he does block the Atlas Pauldron with his reflex block, then you have a great opportunity to seal the deal with that Yummy Catnip Frenzy.
Yeah, absolutely there. And what we have right now is that both of they have their ultimates ready, and I feel like we've not seen that stuff being used apart from that one very successful team fight coming up from Tribe. So this is the moment that Tribe is really waiting for. If you look at the goal, Mixi maybe does have enough for that infusion, going for early weapon infusion quite yet. But what I really like from E36 is laying in the vision. He's getting that good control down, maybe to prevent those blind Yummy Catnip Frenzies from happening again, but it certainly makes a lot of should be landing those one-shot, one kills. And it goes a long way in just taking away some of the control away from Rogue Gaming. They still have that 2.5k gold lead. They may have lost a little bit of an advantage there. They still have the chance, but right now I'm not sure this is the best idea until Koshka gets there.
Yeah, and one thing that Hammy did there was he spent a lot of time standing back at turret. He could have taken that opportunity to come back and get his items bought. Now he did wait for the wave to push. He did clear out the wave and is now gone back to recall. If he would have shopped first, bought the tier 2 boots, potentially an infusion, They definitely could have looked to be more aggressive, but instead he does get the Aegis, expecting status on this Koshka to really dive the backline. If he can prevent that damage, then, it's gonna allow him to ramp up that breaking point that we talked about. And man, that is a stun coming out, but no follow-up. I thought Pon was gonna be able to turn around there, get a Surrey down, but no target lock, so it's just going to be going back to farming here. It looks like Mixi moving up into the lane. Massive damage coming out of these Glimmer shots. If he can find damage down onto either Sky or Vox, it's going to be absolutely massive. It looks like he's actually building into another Tyrant's Monocle as well. Crystal Sentry dropping to Tribe Gaming. That is 2 lives remaining for the Sentry. Evol and Pawn both back, looking to shop. Approaching the 15-minute mark here, we're going to have to really be careful, though. If Tribe puts themselves in a position where status maybe goes a little too far, then, Rogue can really have a chance to turn these fights around. It is 8-5, but, 1 kill and a bit of damage to follow up, we could definitely have a Kraken secured here off of just 1 pick.
Oh, definitely. That's something that's very true. So where we're right now, so Rogue, maybe they're on a bit of a back foot in terms of the team fights, but right now I think there is a lot of potential with how they're going to chain their abilities together. We do see Eve. Oh wait, never mind. Stasis caught in the middle of it all.
And that's where we really got to be careful. Is status, you can't be going in quite so far. A lot of damage comes down, and again, this Sky is really starting to ramp up against the Koshka and against the Grumpjaw. That is now Grumpjaw dropping. Oh my gosh, a massive stun coming out of Mixi, but it is not enough. That is an ace going over to Rogue, and Kraken is stepping onto the fold in just a couple seconds here.
That was a very scary echo of the last team fight as well that I felt. We even saw the deaths happening in the same position. The Stasis was the first one to go down, and then it was E36 Mixi. E36 trying to use his just kind of extreme tankiness to soak up the damage from the forward barrage there, but it just didn't seem to be working out that well. We didn't really get to see him use his ability to use his stuffed either. And I feel like Tribe, they're not on tilt, I would say, but not performing as well in the team fights as you would have hoped. What we're going to be seeing is him using the stuffed to either take out Pawn the Original from the fights, because I feel like Pawn the Original is doing a lot of damage there with the forward barrages. That Stasis is really struggling against.
Yeah, and we definitely have to be careful. Status has a couple times now been caught out because he's using his speed to try to get in and check a bush, and it just hasn't been working out for him. Again, if Koshka's in the front and takes that stun from Catherine, there's so much crowd control that comes back out. We have the slow on Hammy from the Pulse, as well as the Frostburn from the forward dodge. 700 damage coming out of Mixi there. They do over the wall. A Glimmer shot does find the Sky. This fight is looking a lot better for Tribe. They do find the Vox, and Hammy, beautiful play, blocks the active camo as he comes out of the Grumpjaw stuff. The Catherine does actually block the Yummy Cabinet Frenzy by stunning him out of it. That was looking really good for Rogue for a second there, but fortunately for Tribe, they were able to find the damage and clean up the kill. Hammy, just such a smart play, knowing Kestrel had a trap down there, knowing Grumpjaw was taking him to a trap, blocks it. That is going to be a Kraken going over to Tribe, but man, we really have to focus on the mechanics Hammy puts down in these fights.
That was a really impressive fight. I think it was a really strong fight coming out from Rogue. And when I saw Stasis jump over the wall to get onto Rogue, I was like, oh, good fight for them, because he's completely separated from the rest of the team. But he used his mobility to just kind of dodge that. And E36 was able to dive straight onto the backline onto Pawn the Original. And this is actually an instance where the Vision really helped with him gain that damage down, allowing them to pick up the kill on Pawn the Original, who I would argue has been probably the main damage dealer coming out from Rogue so far. Clearly the biggest threat going out for Stasis and Mixi as well, because those forward barrages are absolutely unforgivable. But that's one turret going down to the Kraken here. That Kraken's not really going down so far. Here we see it with the stuff as well.
Oh, and unfortunately the stuff just dropped a little too early, not quite making it into the active camo. One thing that we have to capitalize here on Tribe is Sky is not really good at fighting against a Kraken. Kraken can soak up a lot of the damage from forward barrage, unless if you put yourself in a position to be, picked off by the enemy team. And, Status, it appears, he started to build some armor, but it looks like we might actually be building into a Slumbering Husk on this Koshka. Slumbering Husk is one of those items that we see here and there, but I think it is smart in this scenario. And there indeed it is. The Slumbering Husk comes out on Koshka. Status going to clean out his jungle, and just like that, the choke point turret is now down on the side of Rogue, and things are looking a little bit cleaner for Tribe here, sitting at about a 4,000 gold lead still, but we're only at 8 to 10 now, and Rogue has been finding really good opportunities in these fights.
They are. And just going back to the point you said about Slumbering Husk before, I also think it's a really good pickup because he does have the Aegis already, so it provides the shielding against Sky, but just doesn't seem to be enough. That Slumbering Husk would give him that extra, I guess, few seconds of sustainability, so he can stay alive long enough just to tank those hits there. And I think the moment he does, he is able to use his Zombie Captain Frenzy as a follow-up there to line up the chains that Tribe are looking for. And even though Rogue have been forced back to the last two, the base turrets, I feel like it's still a very even playing ground. There may be a 4k gold difference, but the team fights still seem very scrappy to me from both of the teams. And I feel like there are definitely mistakes that are being made. E36 actually engaging the fight, but gets stunned up.
Looks like my mic may have died out there, and I have it fixed now, I believe. That is a great fight being picked up by Rogue there, actually looking to push for the win on that ace.
Yep, it looks like the tables have completely turned. They're not going to pick up the last turret. It's looking very, very low, but the members of Rogue are looking extremely low. 1 kill goes down.
Yeah, good opportunity for Tribe here. It looks like they weren't able to find the damage before the shielding came back up on that other turret, and just like that, that's an ace going over to Tribe. And I really thought they were going to end the game there, but that might have been the fight that now ends the game for Tribe. This 4-item Kestrel is going to be able to take down these turrets very quickly. We do have 20 to 30 second death timers left on the side of Rogue, but man, look at Tribe marching down the lane. The war treads are already burned. Both sets of boots are burned. And man, there we go. That huge damage coming out of this 4-item Kestrel. There are no turrets left for Rogue, and I believe they should have the damage. I really thought that Rogue was going to be able to end the game there, but perhaps not splitting their damage properly, they did allow the shielding to come back up on that second crystal turret.
Yeah, I thought so too, but like I said, that was a very back and forth game. I feel like it was a very close game between the two teams, and I think this is a very evenly matched one that could be the third game today. But I think ultimately in the end, what came down to it, I think it was just a few mistakes being made. I feel like Rogue, in their eagerness to try and finish the game, just kind of lost a little bit too much health there, allowing Tribe just to completely turn the tables again and finally finish the game off. I really felt that E36 was struggling to block the silences, and that double silence coming out from Hammy and Evil was really catching them out, because if he blocked one, the other one would come out, and it left Mixi and Stasis in a very kind of dodgy position because they weren't able to use their own reflex blocks. They were stuck in the crossfire of the team fights there. But nonetheless, extremely close match there between the two teams.
Extremely close match there indeed, and Rogue put up a huge performance going into the mid to late game there as well.
They did. I mean, their composition was more designed for the late game, and that early game potential from we saw from Tribe was starting to slip away. Grump Drakashka, really strong early game, and we didn't really see the advantage really swing to Tribe like in a huge margin, but man, what really happened there was, as Rogue started to get more confidence, as they were winning those team fights, they pushed too far. They were too aggressive. And you're absolutely right, Shinyi. They were fantastic with those silences, and the Catherine was starting to come online. If that game had gone a few more minutes, I really think that Rogue would have won those fights each and every time, but they overstayed, and Tribe, they really catch a huge break there, because I don't think if Rogue had not overstayed there, I think Rogue would have been able to go back, clear out the jungle, and be ready for the next fight, and instead, they get dropped like that. That is a heartbreaker for Rogue.
That is a heartbreaker for Rogue, but man, Tribe is earning the love of Chief Pat here, their commander, and that is a win coming out for Tribe. Very, very close, but that is a win nonetheless. They looked very, very good in the early game, and fortunately, they were able to catch Rogue out in a position way far into their base, low on health, low on energy. They did capitalize on that opportunity. found the kills, pushed for the win, and great plays out of Tribe there. Unfortunately, Rogue again looking phenomenal though. I think this game is going to be incredibly close going into game 2 as well.
Yeah, heartbreaker, really.
Yeah, a little bit of heartbreak there.
All right, guys, we're going to take a very brief break here as we get ready for game number 2. Give the players a little bit of a reprieve, but we should be getting into it in just a few seconds. So once we come back from the break, we'll be jumping right into game number 2 in the draft that will commence. So we'll see you guys all in just a few seconds.
Ben, Sam, and Ken are on separate journeys to defeat the menacing Vile Dragon. But let's just say luck isn't on their side. If only there was a way for them to find each other and band together. Well, that's why there's Band. It's a mobile app that allows people to come together using common interests. With Band, you can find fellow gamers, chat, schedule gaming sessions, and conduct polls. Stage epic battles with friends while sharing videos and photos along the way. So try Band today. Band. Be together.
Hey everybody, welcome back. We're actually getting ready to get right into this next matchup. I think everybody's in the drafts ready to go, so we're really not going to wait much longer before getting into it. But so far, this has been an exciting series, and you guys were mentioning it before. This one could go the distance, as Rogue and Tribe just seem so evenly matched. But we're not going to wait any longer. We're going to get started, guys. So Denamine and Shinyi, let's take us right into it.
We are indeed moving right into game number 2, and man, what an intense first game. Grace does come off the board very early in the draft again. Again, Grace being a very strong pick. Really, one of the roamers that just functions well with everybody. It's not anybody that she really capitalizes the best with, and it's not anybody that she really doesn't work with. She's just very good all around. So I like them taking this off here. The Vox band does come out of the side of Rogue this game, not wanting to see Mixie get that pick, and Lyra is the first pick, and this is a trend that we've seen today, is this Lyra comes out very early.
Yeah, Lyra's been one of those priority picks, has that just incredible utility. I think she's very similar to Grace in that way. She offers a lot of utility and very extremely popular in the current meta. Actually, in almost every single meta that have been there since her release. Grumpjaw as well, that's not a surprise. I feel like he, although they won with the Grumpjaw in the last game, I feel like it didn't have as much of an impact as perhaps would have liked to have hoped. And
again, I think that Grumpjaw falls off super heavily into Sky this patch. The changes to his living armor is definitely detrimental, and Sky's chip damage, the small little packets that just continually push out, do a very good job at getting through that living armor that Grumpjaw has in the early game. A Kestrel does come out for the ban, understanding that Mixie may have been doing a lot of damage on that hero and maybe not wanting to see it go over to Hammy this game.
Yeah, and I think they also want to be preventing that Grumpjaw active camo combination that they were really trying to pull off. They could in the last game, and if you do manage to land that stuffed active camo combination, it's an extremely dirty move if pulled off correctly. So the Kestrel's been denied away, the Baron's been denied away, so they're picking up the Glaive, and that's already a lot of crowd control that we're seeing in their hands already with the Afterburn and with the stuff. But both of those heroes can be played in as flex positions, so this is making it difficult in terms of draft here for them.
It does, and that's really the meta that we're in right now. Is the flex picks on B side are one of the most potent things you can do. Keep your enemy guessing, because now they have to commit to either countering this glaive in the lane or countering this glaive in the jungle. Now, Idris is an interesting pick here to me. I do think Idris is a strong hero. I think he works particularly well into squishy heroes, though. He's a very assassin-style hero. So going into the glaive and Grumpjaw doesn't necessarily make as much sense to me. So it's really going to be heavily dependent on what the second pick is. And they pick the Sky again into the Grumpjaw. And I do think this is a smart second pick. Again, this offers a lot of flexibility for the side of Rogue here, though. You know, you could they could get a captain here. You know, you could go with like something like an Arden, you know, potentially try to trap the Sky in, or you could go with a jungler and try to flex that Grumpjaw into the roam position again. But again, Sky's so good into Grumpjaw this patch that, you know, committing to a Grumpjaw so early can be incredibly dangerous.
And also, if you think about it, there's a lot of mobility on their side as well. But yeah, they are going for the Arden as predicted, so they have the ability to trap the Sky in. So getting those reflex blocks major priority, and actually getting that Crucible for the Lyra there also an imminent item to be picked up.
Yep, and so that is the Arden, which I was thinking we would see there. Try to trap the Sky in where Glaive and Grumpjaw can sit there and bring her down. This is very likely going to be a lane weapon glaive with a tension bow aftershock, is what I would presume on the Grumpjaw. We'll just have to see going into the game. I do think they definitely have to be able to burst the Sky down if they want to win the game, though.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we do have to be mindful of the fact that the Arcane Passage could just bypass that gauntlet completely. So it depends on how well they position themselves in the upcoming game.
Indeed, and we should be moving in here pretty shortly. I do like the composition that both teams have really put together. I think I'm leaning a little more towards Tribe Gaming this time. I was leaning pretty heavily on Rogue last game with that Vox Sky combination, but a little bit of an overstay did cost them the game. And I'm not too in love with the composition they've put together into this Sky.
For me, it's a very tanky composition picked up there. You know, they're able to soak up a lot of damage, especially from that Sky. Having the Arden there frontlining, his heroic perk synergizes, like it just works so well going into that forward barrage. It's going to take a lot of coordination coming out from Rogue, and I personally prefer composition a little bit more in this game, but it does depend on how they play out. If they're able to get those chain CCs going down, then that's me, and that is exactly what you want. But for Tribe, I feel like in the last game, their teamfight executions were perhaps a little bit better.
Yeah, and I'm just a little worried about the amount of mobility that the side of Rogue needs into this Lyra. A good, bright bulwark can really give Sky the opportunity to scale out of control. As well as if you time it correctly, you can actually block out a gauntlet with the Bright Bulwark, which would be an absolutely huge cooldown for Evol if that were to happen.
Absolutely. Absolutely agree with you there. So I think what we're going to be seeing is to be honest, what I predict is at the start, it's going to be relatively passive, relatively just kind of focus on, see both of the teams focus on just farming up their jungles here. And in terms of jungle aggression, I feel like Tribe have a little bit more advantage there. Stasis has so much mobility there that it is going to be giving Pawn the Original perhaps a little bit more of a tricky time. So I think just be careful, maybe apply a little bit more focus onto the lane, especially from Rogue, and just kind of force Idris back as much as possible. We're actually going to be seeing potentially a 1v1 here.
Yeah, we do see a little bit of them poking their heads at each other here. Pawn the Original taking a little bit of damage from that forward barrage. Not too much, though. Again, those living armor stacks really helping him out in the early game. Tribe ready to answer, though, if they do aggro this Elder Tree. And if they could bait out a root here, it would be absolutely huge. And we do have Mixi looking to possibly rotate down. Nope, he's going to go back up, sees that Rogue has backed off. And now Hammy has rotated down with the loss of vision from the laner. And it looks like Rogue should be able to get this tree pretty uncontested here. And it goes over to Hammy as well.
It's a fair bit of poke there coming out, but just I think that both of the teams are a little bit scared to fully commit to a full fight, because I think at this stage it's probably a little bit difficult to see who's going to be who'd come out top in this one. So I think in terms of lane matchup, Mixi's probably going to be struggling a little bit against Hammy. I feel like the Glaive does a little bit better, especially with the use of the Afterburn. However, in the jungle, I think Status has the advantage over the Original, whose clear speed I think is actually doing fairly well against Status here.
He is, and you know, again, Glaive is one of the heroes that is very, very good in the lane. You know, despite being a melee laner, he does get the Book of Eulogies, so he's going to get that health back. He's bought onto the armor, knowing that Mixchi can put a lot of poke damage down with the Chakram, and as well as Glaive's naturally high health pool, it gives him just so much ability to take some damage down and heal it up. As well as having the Iron Guard contract on Evol just gives him that little extra oomph to keep him in the lane. So it kind of gives him a little bit of an edge to compete with E36's ability to put down a Imperial Sigil and heal up Mixchi.
Yeah, and it looks like Rogue just able to pick up the Elder Treant again. I think second time in a row. This time it's towards Pawn Original. So it looks so right now we're not seeing much jungle aggression. I think I would perhaps like to see Stasis and Ethan go into the side of Pawn, go into the jungle of Rogue and just try and deny some farm away from Pawn the Original. I think in a 2v1 situation they have a very good chance of doing so. But right now it just does seem to me that it's just both sides are just focusing on farming, getting to that level 6 stage perhaps where they are a little bit more prepared, commencing for a fight.
Yeah, and you know, again, both teams just doing their best to farm right now. This Skye just needs to get some farm to really be able to handle this Grumpjaw. Grumpjaw is a very, very strong laner. If he can get to Skye, then that Tension Bow double monocle build can take her off the fold incredibly, incredibly fast. The danger being, if the Bright Bulwark restricts his movement long enough, the Broken Myth stacks that can come out of Skye can really chunk down a Grumpjaw very, very early. And again, that great use from E36 there, that Bright Bulwark prevents the team, prevents Rogue from coming in. That is a Ancient Treant going over to Skye. So that is just going to be a little bit more edge getting him into the late game. They did share the experience, but again, we need the Skye to get the Frostbird, get the Broken Myth, and that's when the time is really going to come for them to be able to take down this Grumpjaw, take down this Glaive, because triple melee into a team that restricts your movement so much can be a very high risk, high reward scenario.
Yeah, definitely. I just wanted to kind of point out, Pawn the Original, he picked up his Tension Bow about, I think, 30 seconds ago, a minute ago, so I think really good power spec there going towards Rogue that they're really not able to get too much out of, just because the game is being played so passively right now by both of the teams. Stasis, he's got his Frostburn as well. Now, actually, never mind. There goes the first Afterburn.
Afterburn does come out. Bright Bulwark doesn't quite go down quick enough to stop the Grumpjaw. That is a stuffed ultimate coming out, and with no stuns available on the side of Tribe, that is going to be Skye dropping the first death and first blood going over to Hammy on this lane Glaive.
And they get the first kill there, and Pawn the Original looking really, really low, but it does allow him the chance to just there from Tribe side. And I think one thing he has to be cautious about is Skye is coming out. They've got vision because of that Crystal Sentry as well, but they're going to escape safely in time. So E36 now has that fountain. I think would have really gone a long way in the last fight, but Evil, I think, about to pick up his fountain as well. So I think we saw that stuff being used. A really great example of it. What you want to be seeing in the future team fights is Pawn the Original just going straight onto Stasis, taking him away from the team fights, or even E36. I would argue that Mixchi perhaps isn't the best target for that stuff to be going onto Stasis. A little bit caught out there in the jungle.
A little bit caught out there, but without Pawn the Original, they do decide to just back off, not knowing where the rest of the team was. We do see the Tension Bow coming out on Grumpjaw, but he does have another Weapon Blade, and to me this is a little interesting. Are we going to see the Tyrant's Monocle build come out on this Grumpjaw going, and it does look like he is committed to that Tyrant's Monocle, so it is going to be double weapon coming out of the side of Rogue here. Now, this is incredibly dangerous because an armor composition coming out on Tribe here can really limit the damage of both carries. The Tension Bow does help you get past that, but I mean, if they really start prioritizing the armor, then they can shut down a lot of the damage that the Bursty Glaive and Bursty Grumpjaw put down in the mid game.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think the risk is with having two melee weapon carries is that it's so easy to land the pauldrons on both of the members, and that's going to be extremely dangerous once we do see those Atlas pauldrons being built, and once we do see those Meso Jackets being prioritized. So Hammy, he looks like he's going to be going for that Tension Bow as well. He's already got that Poison Shift, which negates the healing coming out from E36. So already they're counter building against this. But the thing is with double weapon is it does tend to fall off a little bit late game because of the way that armor is able to counter it. So this is a little bit dangerous, as you're saying, and having that hybrid crystal weapon combination there, it's probably a little bit safer. But right now, Stasis is in a bit of a rocky position.
A little bit of a rocky position. It looks like Rogue is going to try to find the kill here. A Surrey Strike does keep him out, and that's the thing with this Sky is once the gap closures are burned for the side of Rogue, Sky can just get out. That is going to be Lyra actually makes it out, is actually pretty amazing there. Mixie does drop. Lyra did stay around a little too long, and now Status has gone a little too far, and Status is going to actually find a kill on Grumpjaw. That Crystal Sentry coming over and makes it out of the Scout Trap now as well. Frostburn damage keeping him back a little bit. Burned a lot of time, actually just enough time. 1 second sooner on his death would have been an ace for the side of Rogue, and great play from Status there. If you're gonna die, find a kill and waste the enemy's team.
Yeah, absolutely. There, it was really nice there to prevent that ace from coming through there. And I think what was really impressive was I liked how we saw Tribe taking the fight just towards that Crystal Sentry. Just doesn't seem to be enough. And I think we were making the point before about how double weapon builds tend to fall off a little bit quicker in the late game. However, they are very powerful in the early game. Neither Mixie or Stasis have really prioritized picking up the armor, and I think that's what explains partly how Pawn and Hammy were able to do so much damage. But we do see Mixie picking up the light coated plates now. I think they're able to get that gold mine as well. Very little contest, but yeah, they're going to get it. And I think what was interesting to see that despite that 4-1 kind of kill discrepancy here, it's still relatively close in gold. I think 1.8k between the two teams, still very even if you look at CS and VIS right now as well.
Yeah, pretty even despite Rogue having a much earlier composition. Again, if Tribe can do well going into the late game, this Sky can really put a hurt down on the entire enemy team of Rogue. Sky, once she gets to full build, has one of the highest damage potentials of all heroes in the game, especially into heroes that cannot get out of the way of the forward barrage.
Yeah, definitely. And I think with the mobility as well, that's one thing we were commenting on at the start, is that Tribe, they have a lot of mobility. And Rogue, if you look at their compositions, their heroes have quite a low base speed. So if we do see the chance for Stacey to use their Surrey Strike to dance around, and we see those passages coming around, and then when Idris is able to use his Stride Step as well just to dodge the attacks, that's going to make things very difficult for Rogue on their attacks, especially once the Atlas Pauldrons are being picked up. E36, he's got his Crispo now, and he's also got the Fountain, so I'm expecting him to be prioritizing that armor next for the team.
Yeah, and I think the real win condition here is, for Rogue at least, they have to kill Sky. If they kill Sky, like we discussed earlier, Idris is just really good into squishy heroes. He's a very assassin-style hero. He provides a lot of damage with not quite as much sustain. Now, he does have some sustain, but into a Grumpjaw, Glaive, and Arden, he's just not going to have the same effect that he would into a Ringo or into a Vox or into a Baron. So if they can take Status out on this Sky, then Rogue has a very, very clear win potential. But if Status is allowed to live in these fights, then he's going to scale out of control, and Tribe should be able to take this game as long as Status can block the stuffed ultimate.
Yeah, well, he's got that reflex box now, so I think fingers crossed that he is going to be able to stuffed ultimate. He's also got that upgraded his arm of plates now, and the same can be Mixie as well. So it's already a little bit more difficult for Rogue here, but if you look at what they're building, that is a Tyrant's Monaco and a Tension build. Bulwark gets thrown out. Going for that turret.
Yeah, lots of damage coming out of this double weapon composition here. Look at the huge damage coming out on E36. That is a gauntlet wasted there. Very, very low on Mixie, and actually the Arden does find the kill. Pawn does not find the kill on the Sky. But man, good fight for them to clean up the Idris there. They weren't able to pick off the Sky, but the Sky only has a Frostburn in the Heavy Prism right now, not quite at that broken myth point, so they still have a little bit of time where they can allow Sky to live without taking too much damage in return. And this is going to be another gold mine going over, so we're now sitting at about 4,000 gold as well as first turret down for Rogue. So looking very, very good for them. Again, this is a much earlier game composition though, so it's going to be all about if Tribe can get to the late game and keep the Sky protected.
Yeah, absolutely. It is very, very much protect the Sky. And the kind of the issue here with the comp here coming from Tribe is that with that Lyra, she's not really one of those frontline captains there. She isn't able to soak up the damage as easily as per se the Arden is. So what we really want to be seeing is kind of a bit more bursty damage coming from Tribe, just poking a little bit more, especially from Stasis. Once he gets that broken myth, things will be a lot more easier for them in the team fights. But as it stands right now, if we're looking at Rogue, they've got a lot of weapon, they've got a lot of burst with the double tension bow. and with that Tyrants. And it looks like Pawn the Original is going for the double Tyrants monocle as well. So they really need to be prioritizing their armor. That is something that they're certainly doing. E36 now has that Pauldrons, but the big question is he able to get into position there to land that Pauldrons onto Pawn the Original and onto Ham?
Yeah, and Rogue going to take advantage of the sheer single target damage they have, take down that Crystal Sentry. We see a lot of teams prioritizing that Sentry. If you take it out of the fight, you take, or if you take it out for the third time, you take it out of the game completely. So you can really prevent that safe place, that fourth carry in that Crystal Sentry. So very, very smart of Rogue. They've been capitalizing very, very well on objectives. Again, it's just going to be about if they can continue to find these fights. And thus far, they have done so. Status is getting closer to that Broken Myth, but man, look at the damage this Grumpjaw puts down. And Hammy going incredibly deep. The Fountain does come out and save Status. And Mixie is going to clean up the lane, but that is going to be some damage coming down on the turret. If they don't take the whole thing, this Grumpjaw build does so much damage, and there it is. And it looks like Pawn the Original may give his life here. Actually, he is going to get out. Mixie jumps out and gets punted away by the glaive. E36 going very, very deep. Status coming in, and again, here's that damage that he can put down single target. Mixie almost drops, does manage to live, and with the Poison Shiv is able to get a little bit of health back off of these minions, as well as the Sigil. That is a good fight for Tribe there, and man, Pawn getting dangerously low. Status finding a lot of forward barrage damage on Pawn. That is a first turret going for Tribe. Coming back closer into this fight with a 2-5 and getting that first turret. We still got about a 4,000 gold lead for Rogue. But, just for Tribe finding that fight, that is a lot of gold sitting in their pockets now. Broken Myth is completed for Status, as well as the third offensive item for Mixie. We now have the Poison Shiv Tension Bow Sorrow Blade build on Mixie, as well as finding a couple more items on Lyra. So build's starting to narrow down here. Glaive has finished a Metal Jacket, though.
Yep, and Status has that Broken Myth as well now. So we're starting to seeing a lot of both of the teams prioritizing defense, which I love because I feel like right now, I think at the start of that team fight, we definitely saw Rogue just prioritizing trying to pick up Status as much as he could, and I felt like they threw a lot at trying to pick up the kill on Status, which they weren't able to do, thanks to the mobility, thanks to the story start from Status, and also the position of the turrets there. So they blew a lot of everything they had there, allowing Status to go back home, and then re-emerge, helping chase up the remaining few kills there. The thing is, Stasis is still quite squishy if they're able to close the gap there, if they're able to use a CC. Pawn the Original does have that stuff available there. And I feel E36 is an interesting position that Rogue definitely could capitalize on, but they're just going to back away from it right now.
The one caution you have to have on catching E36 out here is you have to catch him out with a stun. If you don't get the stun, he's going to Arcane Passage out. And then you don't know what's on the other end of that Arcane Passage, and that's the real danger of following up on just a Lyra. You could be setting up for a huge trap on the other side.
I like the Null Wave Gauntlet that's been picked up by Evil. They've been struggling to pick up the kills there in the past few minutes there because they're able to use a Story Strike or they're able to use a Shrine Step just to back away from the fights. And if they're able to use a Null Wave Gauntlet, it effectively prevents that from happening and making it much to trap down any members and use that single target focus to pick up a kill. But...
Well, the Null Wave is item silence. It's not an ability silence. They still have that potential, and they find Status very, very quick there. The stuff does come out onto Mixie, but they're just taking him closer to base. It does look like they pick up the kill. They should be able to take down the Kraken pretty uncontested here. There's a lot of single target damage that comes out of Pawn the Original here, and that's what we saw on Skye. She got afterburned, and the damage that Pawn the Original was able to put down was absolutely huge. We really, really, need to be protecting this Skye. If the Skye does get caught out, there's no way that Idris can come back and win a fight against this Glaive Arden and Grumpjaw, just because he doesn't have enough damage to stain with the amount of damage that comes out of the side of Rogue here. And, Pawn getting closer to that second monocle, not quite there, but still has just a huge amount of single target damage. That is Kraken going over to Rogue, and Hammy almost completing his build. All 6 members of this game are infused. Level 12 infusions on Hammy, Pawn, and Status. 11 on Mixie and Evol, and a 10 infusion sitting on E36 on this Lyra. And Kraken is going to march down the lane here. Status a little behind on his damage. Probably pick up a heavy prism here when he shops. Does get that heavy prism, so there we go. And Kraken is now at the turret. And again, Sky is just not very good at fighting into the Kraken because of the blocked damage. Does burn the death from above already, and that's Pon's signal to come in and get some damage down. Turret drops. Kraken still at half health, and Rogue be looking to finally finish out this game here. If they're able to find status, they don't. And that turret is melting very, very quickly. Rogue looking like they are going to want to get out here, and that is not going to be a problem. Both the afterburn and the Grumpjaw is able to make it up over the wall. I'm drawing a blank on the A ability here, unfortunately.
Yeah, I don't think Tribe are able to finish up, succeed in their chases, so they're just going to go back. They are left on that one. Actually feel healthy, but we do see Rogue going ahead with that 5k gold lead there. So they're really struggling. I think this is the problem, is that they're really struggling to pick up the in terms of the damage items. It's not really doing that much because of how tanky every single individual member is. They're really itemizing well upon the original, who's been frontlining quite effectively, going into that forward barrage, who has that Aegis there. And Hammy also has that Aegis, so effectively negating a lot of the damage coming up from Stasis, making him really difficult. He does have that broken Mythia, but my concern is the team fights aren't going on long enough for him to be building up full stacks there on that item. And I think a lot of it does come down to E36 and the timing of the bulwarks, preventing them from going on to Stasis right now. But I feel because Rogue, they're the main aggressors in every single team fight, to preventing that bulwark from being used effectively.
Yeah, and one thing is Status needs to be able to get a little bit of forward barrage damage down and start to build up those broken myth stacks before the fight. And Rogue is making it very, very difficult for him to do so because they have so much engage, and that's again why it's very, very dependent on E36 to get a good bright bulwark down and prevent the damage to come out onto Status. If Status drops, again, there's just so much defense on the side of Rogue right now that there's literally nothing that Mixgy and E36 are going to be able to do if Sky doesn't build up breaking point or broken myth stacks.
Yeah, definitely. I definitely agree, and that we're just not seeing that engaged. But if Rogue maybe a little bit too over aggressive and push into the base there, that's a really good chance. But it looks like they're going for the Kraken, which I think is probably the obvious option there. And this potentially forces Tribe into a very awkward position because they have to prevent this Kraken from being taken. Because if that Kraken gets taken, that is quite possibly the end of the game for them. E36 so far ahead.
So far ahead indeed. Arcane Passage is already burnt, and again, no bright bulwark coming out to save Status here, and that is now going to be Status dropping again, and I don't even think they're going to need the Kraken. They should easily find the kills here and just be able to push the game for the win if Grumpjaw is able to get over here and find Mixgy, and there it is. That's an ace going over to Rogue. Only one turret alive, and again, just the raw damage that this Grumpjaw is able to put out to objectives, they'll be able to take this turret uncontested, no problem. Yeah, and that is game 2 going over to Rogue.
1-for-1. This is definitely going to be going to game 3, and I think this was anticipated. The games were very closely matched, and I think this one definitely felt like Rogue were strong and confident they're pulling off this. And I felt like even from the very start, I think it seemed like Tribe were struggling to lay down the damage, they're struggling to build the team fights, and I think part of the reason is that the Rome wasn't able to soak up the damage as well, and just kind of the immense damage of the double weapon there was just a little bit too much there. If you looked at the way that Rogue were targeting the turrets were going down so quickly that Tribe weren't really able to push the wave out against them.
Yeah, and again, Hammy was our player to watch for this series, and look at the farm on this lane wave. 21 minutes, 191 CS, full build. Absolutely great performance out of Rogue. The afterburns were perfect. We don't see all the kills going on to Hammy, but the repositioning that he did on the Sky, allowing Pon to really capitalize on this double monocle tension bow build, was absolutely huge, and they were able to close out the game because of it.
Well, guys, game number 3 already here as we kick off the playoffs. We are getting very, very close matches, and really not surprised, like we said about this. We've seen Rogue. This is not the Rogue from last season. Pon, the original, coming onto this roster, it really seems just to improve the overall play of this team. And game number 2 shows everybody that it was an early game composition, but we're seeing these early game compositions. They work. You want to get that lead, because once you've got the lead, you can compensate with the gold, with the itemizations and experience to take the game over. But those team fights were played out really well. Evol's gauntlets were fantastic, really forcing a lot of that anti-CC to be utilized right away with those crucibles. And then you saw Grumpjaw was able to go in, swallow up somebody, deal out a lot of damage. The afterburns were absolutely devastating to the side of Tribe Gaming. Rogue really playing a number here, and we do see Tribe dropping 1. We're going into game number 3. I really think the storyline here is just like how these two teams go back and forth. If game 3 will be a balanced game, or will be one of the teams taking a substantial lead as we've seen in the first 2.
Well, I do really want to give the edge to Rogue. Both the first game and the second game, it looked to be in their hands. A little bit of a throw, unfortunately, in the first game. But they looked incredibly coordinated together, and I think that's one thing that we have to give credit to this team is, they picked up Pon. This is a fairly new roster as far as being put together, but they are looking great with this new team that they have. We still have Sibs, who's able to sub in when needed, but man, Pon is looking like such a a strong force for this team.
Absolutely. I think we're ready. I'm just gonna wait for one more confirmation, and we may be able to get into the draft. Just check, because with that, getting game number 3, we do want to keep moving this along, as this will be a long night here, and it was planned to be already, but these teams, as we get farther and farther into this tournament, into the playoffs, it's going to get even tighter. We've got 2 more series worth of games to be played here on stream. All right, they are ready to go, so we're going to start the draft.
The draft begins.
Get right into it. Shinya Denominate, take it away.
Alrighty, well, getting into the draft here, we now have Rogue back on the A side. Let's see what they decide to do here. A lot of time being burned on this first ban, really thinking about it. This far in the tournament, you definitely don't want to give up a game 3 here, so definitely wanting to make sure they get a favorable draft. They do take Vox off the board very, very early. Now, this offers a couple ban potential now here from the side of Tribe. We could see a Baron taken off the table. That leaves both the Lyra and the Grace still available. Or we could see one of those healers banned away and a potential to try to counter the Baron pick.
Yep, absolutely. I think we're going to see that Grace ban. Oh, actually, we're going to be seeing that Grumpjaw ban coming out. So we've been seeing Grumpjaw being played in the last 2 games between these 2 teams here. This does leave the Lyra open, and it does leave that Grace open as well. So Grace hasn't been played. It wasn't played in the last game. I think both was banned in the last game. So both of the healers have been picked up there as the captains for both of the teams now.
Indeed, and this is something common that we see. When you get Lyra, you give the other team Grace. When you get Grace, you're pretty much just giving the other team Lyra, and they're very, very strong picks right now. And, absolutely have to give a lot of credit to Evol. He is a magnificent Lyra, so I'm excited to see him on this pick. The Baron ban does come out in the second round of bans here for the side of Tribe, and now this puts a very flexible opportunity in the pocket of Rogue. What composition do we want to build, and what hero would be good into it, so we can make sure we take that off the table.
Definitely, they're taking that Koshka away, so denying that early game presence that Koshka offers certainly been a powerful pick there in the past few games that we've been seeing today. So we've got the double healers have been picked up. The power picks off the Mesa so far, which is Grumpjaw and Baron, just been consistently denied away. The first game that we're not going to be seeing that Grumpjaw being played, and just waiting for that first carry lock in there coming out from Tribe. And I feel like we could be seeing that Glaive again. I feel like Kestrel this time.
Yeah, the Kestrel pick on B side to me is a super, super strong pick. Again, it can be flexed. It can be flexed a lot more heavily than the Glaive. I would feel this patch we can run the Crystal Kestrel in the jungle, or we can run the weapon Glaive weapon Kestrel in the lane. Now, the utility Glaive can still work this patch, But to me, it's a lot stronger in the lane. That weapon glaive just provides so much damage, so much utility, so much tankiness that it really, to run a crystal glaive, you're really setting a specific comp around countering an enemy team.
Yeah, I feel like the weapon glaive that we saw in the last game, well, we did see that being run in a double weapon position though, and I feel like if it's gonna be a weapon glaive, I would very much like to be seeing that caster just to increase that range of the glimmer shots a little bit more, so she is able to just stand a little bit further back from that glaive. And of course, just going back to the kind of the early game presence that the crystal caster has, she's very strong in the jungle, and pushing out the turrets is insanely strong in the early game. I think that's just kind of the main advantages that we're seeing from this crystal caster. So it does look like we're going to be seeing that weapon glaive coming out here from Rogue.
We do see the weapon glaive coming out for Rogue, and I was actually just about to say I think Mixi is a much better Kestrel, so I think it was smart of them to plan on this being a lane Kestrel. This does bring the Baptiste into play, though, and Baptiste has a lot of potential, so we will get to see Status on this pick. It is a very strong pick. I think it is right up Status's alley on a hero to play. It's very mechanically dependent. But, you know, we could potentially see Pan on the Samuel. Now, we discussed that he has a very traditionally off-meta hero pool, but this Samuel is one of the signature heroes for him that he is very, very good on. So it's going to be a very intense jungle matchup here. And again, we're going to see Hammy on this lane glaive again, and I think this is a pick that really works for him as well. So I'm liking the picks from Rogue here, but I think if Status is able to find the right damage onto the Samuel, then I think Tribe can win this game by, you know, again, focusing the Samuel.
I think that they could be. I'm sorry, pardon me. Yeah, I think if they're able to focus Simon, that's definitely be a possibility there. So we're going to be seeing what we're seeing here. I think we're going to be seeing that weapon. We're seeing that weapon caster here, and I feel like Mexi just doesn't seem to be playing that CP caster as much as some of the other carries do. But here we go with the early aggressive starts here from Tribe Gaming.
Yeah, very, very early aggression coming out for Tribe Gaming, knowing that they have to make sure the Samuel does not get to the late game. Unfortunately, the Afterburn comes out a little bit early from Hammy there, and the aggression is still coming out of Tribe. Mixi does find a Glimmer Shot, and they do secure the middle camp, so that is going to be some health and experience, or some golden experience taken out of Pon's pocket. And they are actually going to find the Ancient Treant too, and it looks like Hammy is now making his way up to Lave, understanding that there is nothing left for him to do in the jungle. No ambient gold, no ambient experience. And he's going to find a couple last hits there. E36 going in very, very quickly on Hammy, getting some damage down. But with the Book of Eulogies, he should be able to heal up absolutely no problem.
Just looking at what everybody's been picking so far, and I'm very curious to see this Baptiste Grace combination. If you combine the Holy Nova with the Ordain, I think that's a very dirty combination that was pretty much a guaranteed stun there against Rogue. And I think that's a combination that's going to work really well, something that Rogue are going to have to be very cautious of as First Blood is picked up.
First Blood is picked up, E36 does drop, and it looks like Pan is not going to escape here. He does get some damage down on Status, but the Ordain comes out, and Mixi gets some damage down, but it is Status, finds the kill. He is pretty low here, probably going to switch some aggro over to E36 and get his health back up with the Reap Heroic perk, collecting those soul shards. Probably going to back and pick up a little bit of extra crystal power here so he can try to get the ball rolling early. But Samuel looking very, very good so far. Unfortunately, he did get caught in a bad position. But, you know, again, this is the early game, and Samuel is one of those heroes that really, really ramps up in the late game, able to put a lot of splash damage down, especially into this Baptiste. Outranges the Baptiste all game long.
Sorry, it's just like we're having to throw the Afterburn going to Mixi. Yeah, absolutely. With the massive verdict, he's able to land those hits, certainly do a lot, and it's going to be very difficult for Tribe to get right on top of him. And that's kind of the thing about this, like you said, about the jungle matchup. It's going to be very exciting, it's going to be very tense, and it's going to be about kind of a test of skill there between Stasis as E36 goes straight in there.
Hey, E36 does go straight in. Pan gets dropped very, very low, but they are all going to make it out safe. Evil should be able to heal himself back up with an Imperial Sigil here in just a moment. But that is Tribe looking to be aggressive on the Samuel. Nope, they decide to come back and get the Ancient Treant while it is still in play. Status going to be ramping up very, very quickly here as he works towards that Shatterglass. Mixie does take the opportunity to back. He has picked up a heavy steel, a 6 sins, and a little bit of a light shield here. So trying to be prepared for upon the original coming up to lane and getting those Malice and Verdicts down, just do a lot of damage when they're empowered.
Yeah, absolutely there. E36 sitting on a lot of gold. He's not being dished up yet. It's going to be interesting because that Oblivion's going to be able to do a lot. If he wants to get that Crucible to block the Oblivion, there have been so many games there when we've seen in team fights that Oblivion's just been able to stop the whole team. So if you... Sorry, I am getting a little bit tired right now. It's getting late for me, so sometimes words are very hard. What was I saying? I can't even remember what I was saying. Okay. Anyway,
everybody just get into their farming right now. We've got a very even game thus far. 1-1, a very, very slight gold lead. Going over to the side of Tribe here as Mixie cleans up the lane, but that'll be bouncing right back once Hammy gets up here. Again, it's going to be all about if this combination of the Grace and the Baptiste are able to lock down the Samuel. If they are able to do so, they should be able to find some pretty clean fights, but you know, Hammy on this glaive has been looking very, very good and is going to have that ability to reposition and save his teammates.
Yeah, so just there we're going to see them use that combination of the Ordained and the Holy Evil, probably not the right target. I think the only issue going is, so if we see Status throwing out the Ordained and then the Holy Nova coming from E36, it does leave Mixie very vulnerable and does leave Hammy open with the Afterburn to get on right on top of that Kestrel there. So Reflex Box, major priority. No one on the side of Rogue has one yet. And I think position, like we saw in the last game, that Afterburn was absolutely dirty. The moment he got right in there, was able to use his Bloodstone there, it just did so much damage. That Afterburn, if we can get Status and E36 to lock down Hammy there, that is the situation they want, because they can absolutely isolate that glaive.
They indeed can, and the burst damage that comes out of Status when he does have those soul shards procced from his Reap ability gives that bonus damage. Even if you build shield against it, it still is absolutely massive, and the cooldown on Bad Mojo is incredibly short. So again, that's why I'm saying is Status really has a huge opportunity here to be able to capitalize. The Ordained does come out. Unfortunately, Grace... Oh, wow, Grace actually does make it out, it appears. Absolutely, one hit from anybody on the side of Rogue would have been able to kill E36. Mixie is very, very low. And now we really have to be careful here if you're Tribe. Mixie is one Afterburn away from being dead, and that Afterburn is up as well. So Pond going to find the opportunity to come down here, find a little bit of jungle. Status is over here ready to go. I'm not quite sure who got that. Actually, Grace was able to steal it with the Benediction, and now Rogue is a little bit on the back foot here.
Definitely, he's got the fountain there. He is much better to position to fight. And Rogue, they're the ones that are on the back foot, but never mind, Mixie is not going to be able to escape. Oh, he's going to be able to escape here, actually.
Yep, the fountain does get burned by E36, and Hammy Afterburns out. Mixie does fire the one-shot, one kill. It does not land upon the original, though, and he's going to be allowed to farm his backs safely. Hammy returning to lane, looking to get some of this farm while Mixie is out. And right now we are sitting up a little bit of farm in the lane and a little bit of farm in the jungle, but definitely in a place that Tribe can still come back.
Definitely, we're seeing Rogue applying a lot of pressure. Mixie gets stunned there. But thanks to E36, they're going to be okay. And right now, no one still has that reflex block. And I think that's the thing about the Weapon Kestrel. I personally... I feel like the Weapon Kestrel is a little more difficult to play, especially going into this glaive. Position is going to be such a priority there for Mixie just to try and avoid those afterburns. And Pawn the Original, like you said, is one of his favourite picks, playing that Samuel. He's doing such a good job of using the Drifting Dark, just going to isolate the members of Tribe and use him to kind of just apply a little bit more pressure in the lane. I feel like Tribe there, I'm just kind of waiting for those combos to come out, and I'm just waiting for... They've reached that point there, and I think there's that potential that's just waiting. But... I just feel like the right moment's just not there yet.
Right moment is not there yet, and one nice thing about the glaive build is it provides a lot of sustained damage throughout fights, as well as being incredibly tanky. But it's also a very, very cheap build to go for the Poison Shiv Tension Bow build. Very likely going to go into either a Sorrow Blade for upfront damage, or a he could potentially go into a Breaking Point as well. And the reason he would do that is the Baptiste, when he does get into the late game, does still have a lot of sustain. The healing that he gets from the soul shards does increase based on his crystal power. So the fights are going to start to get a lot longer as they go on. Hammy going in very, very deep, does find a lot of damage on Mixi, but does not find the kill. A lot of cooldowns burned already here, and man, Baptiste dangerously low. E36 with the Divine Intervention is able to save Status life, and Status is going to be forced to back off to his jungle. He should be able to heal up here, but Rogue is now moving up into the lane here, knowing that Status is backed off. Get a little bit of opportunity here, and man, Pawn the Original finding a lot of damage with these Empowered Malice and Verdicts. E36 dropping incredibly low. One shot, one kill, hits the mark on Pawn the Original, bringing him down to half. A bad mojo bringing him down even more. Fountain is still up for Rogue, though, and we have nobody really left in the lane for Tribe that can defend this turret.
No, Status is the only one that's left to defend. He's going to stay alive. I think so. Oh no, he's going to die. He died.
Unfortunately, the Afterburn did go the wrong way. They could have killed him sooner and potentially took this turret, but he does end up dropping. Fountain is still actually on board for Evol.
Yep, and looks like they're going to pick up the kill there onto Mixi as well. No, they get the kill upon the Original.
They do get the kill upon the Original, and the Fountain is burned by Evol, and he has no energy to follow up here. Mixi is going to clean up the lane and potentially rotate down and take a half rotation out of Pawn's jungle.
Yeah, they are. Maybe they might just apply a little bit more to that turret, which looks like what they're going to be doing. But E36 takes so much there. And I think in that last fight, a really good example, we were seeing E36, he's building towards that Crucible is absolutely needed there because we saw the Oblivion being used by Pawn the Original, caught actually both Mixi and Stasis out, so they both got sent to sleep.
And the
Very
Fearsome
nice
Shade actually does find Glaive. And that is going to be first turret going over to Tribe. Status dropping dangerously low. Those Empowered Malice and Verdicts doing a lot of damage. Status is going to drop. Mixi and E36 forced to get back. Fountain is down for 10 seconds and Divine Intervention down for 15. This is a pretty decent opportunity for Rogue now to push the turret. Both Mixi and E36 have recalled, and that is going to be first turret going over to the side of Rogue, unless if a miracle comes out of E36 here.
A miracle? Nope, there's going to be no miracle today.
It was close.
Very close. It's extremely close, and I feel like Tribe are in a very precarious position now in this 2v3 situation. So actually, despite how the game's been going so far, again, extremely scrappy, like we're saying, very evenly matched. It's actually identical between the two teams in terms of gold, in terms of kills, and in terms of turrets as well. No one's managed to get that gold mine yet either. And the way it is, I feel like some of those fights have been very prolonged. Like Tribe have been sticking around a little bit too long. However, now that we do see EC36 with that Crucible, I think it's quite possibly going to be going for Tribe's way a little bit better now that they are able to block that Oblivion. However, Hammy, he's still packing a hell of a punch there with all those weapon items. There's still no armor on Mixture or Stasis. So if he is able to get onto either member of those, it's doing a lot of damage. And I feel like he's consistently landing those afterburns and getting that Twisted Stroke there onto either Stasis or Mixi.
Yeah, and this is what we saw out of Mixi in Kestrel before too, is he's really prioritized the offense. He does pay for it there, though, as he drops low incredibly quickly. Does die. The Fountain, Crucible, both burned trying to save Mixi, and it does not quite work out for them. Hammy's going to force this lane up, and they're going to get a gold mine pretty much uncontested here. I don't see Status leaving this farm in the lane. E36 going to hold it for Mixi's return. Nothing really in the jungle for Status to do, though. He's not going to make it in time for the gold payout. The one-shot, one-kill does land on Evol. On the Original may get caught out here, though, or maybe it's Status getting caught out.
I think it's Stasis getting caught out. Absolutely. Yeah, it's a 3v1 situation. He does have the Crystal Sentry on side, so maybe.
Yeah, the Fountain does come out. Evol does drop. This is a good opportunity for Rogue here now, and they do get the slowdown on Pawn, but Boots come out. Status now, gotta be careful here as Grace gets very low. Wow, a great stun comes out, saves his life for a second. That is now Glaive dropping to this Baptiste, and Pawn the Original drops. That is now an ace for Tribe. The wave is so pushed, though, they will not be able to capitalize in the lane here. Status is just gonna hope to get some of this jungle and hopefully get out safe. Lyra come in for him very, very quickly, though. Fortunately, the carries are not alive.
No, the turnarounds in this game, it's incredibly back and forth right now between these two teams there, with Tribe just picking up the ace there. And I think part of the reason was, so we did see Stasis in a bit of a 1v3 situation, but they were able to recognize that both Pawn the Original and Hammy were very low on energy. energy. So I think that's kind of the main issue with Pawn the Original. If he is low on energy and he's not able to land basic attacks and regenerate some of that energy, it leaves him in a very sticky situation. E36, if he's able to get on top of him, land that Holy Nova as he did, and stun Pawn the Original, these are the kind of the win conditions that they need, is to catch Pawn the Original out. He is very, very squishy if you are able to get on top of him. However, because of that range coming out from his abilities, it is not always possible for them to do so, especially with that Lyra there and that Bulwark and Passage there preventing this from happening.
Yeah, and we do see the Shattered Glass and the Clockwork are completed on status on this Baptiste, but we have a Broken Myth and a Frostburn already completed on Pawn, and now he is working towards that Eve of Harvest, which is going to be absolutely huge for him to be able to sustain both his health and energy. Hammy has gone with that breaking point, and that is what I expected to see out of him again, just because the fights are going to get longer with this Baptiste as the game goes on. Huge damage comes out on the Pawn the Original here. Tribe very, very separated, but is finding clean damage, and they do find Glaive. Pawn the Original now forced to return to his own side of the jungle, and a little low on the health bars for Tribe. Everything has been burned, so they shouldn't be able to capitalize on too much objectively. And yeah, they don't even have the health to push into this Crystal Center here. Pawn the Original back up at full health, working on getting his energy back with these health treants. Evil looking to be a little bit cheeky here and try to steal that gold mine. Goes a little bit early though, and that is going to be another gold mine going over to the side of Tribe. 15 minutes in the game though, there is literally no gold lead, so that is actually huge.
600 gold difference there, and the fights are extremely back and forth, because the start of that last one, Mixie was almost certain to be dead, because what we saw was that Status and E36 focused on trying to pick up a kill there onto the side of Rogue, leaving Mixie very open. Hammy recognized that for him. But it was actually really nice movements there from Mixie to just reposition himself behind the Crystal Sentry, allow E36 to use a Divine Intervention. And I think that's kind of the power of Grace. If you are able to reposition yourself as a carry and allow Grace to heal yourself up, it just does so much and allows you to go back into the fight. Is really acting as like another fountain there. And that's how I feel like they were able to turn it around. It's still extremely close though, as you said. And we do see Samuel picking up that Eve of Harvest as well now. So that makes them even more sustainable between these two in the team fights.
Yeah, and Hammy has really got to try to get this Aegis built here. He, got a way to go on the gold. He does have the reflex block, but we see a lot of damage coming out onto him from this Baptiste. Very, very cost-efficient build. It is expensive to build the Shattered Glass and the Clockwork, but again, if you manage your soul shards correctly, you get that bonus damage from your heroic perk. And it requires you to not commit too much into a build, but man, that Grace commits to a double stun there. Rogue drops dangerously low, and again, look at that huge damage coming out on Mixie, and now Tribe is going to follow it up. 400, 300 damage, 700 damage coming out of Mixie, and they're going to find Hammy. Oh, maybe not. A clean afterburn comes out, but the side of Rogue is forced to recall, and this may be a Kraken going over to the side of Tribe.
It's exactly going to be a Kraken going towards them. And so this is the thing about Glaives though, with their afterburns, is like it's so strong at the very start, but if you like, what happens is you have to, once you use your afterburn to go in, you are stuck there right in the middle of all three. But never mind, Hammy here trying to get that Kraken through. He's got a good chance of getting this. He doesn't.
Yeah, the Fearsome Shade does come through. His reflex block was not up, but now Hammy is huge burst of the Imperial Sigil there coming out from Evil. And fortunately, they were able to stop the ace buff on the side of Tribe Gaming. They're actually going to have to recall to shop, get their health back up, and try to catch up with the Kraken in the lane.
I think they've got a good chance of doing it, though. I feel like Rogue, they're making headways just to try and clear that Kraken, and I don't know if Tribe are going to get there in time. They are making their way down. That Kraken's already lost about a third of his health, and that turret's not really going down extremely fast.
Yeah, E36 doing a great job on this Grace so far this game. Been very impressed with his plays. Mixie finding huge damage constantly. Hammy in the front line still has not completed the Aegis. They have found a lot of damage in this fight, though, underneath the turret. And that last hit from the Kestrel is able to find the turret, and the Kraken does go down. Still absolutely no gold lead. We're at the same gold, still at 5-7, but that is a choke point turret going down on Rogue's side, so that is a huge positional advantage now given over to Tribe Gaming. And Mixu's positioning in these fights has been absolutely huge. He's gone with a breaking point double monocle Sorrow Blade build. Again, this is where we see a lot of Kestrels really start to do the big damages. They go with a very barren, similar build, 4 offensive items, maybe not the same items, but you go so heavily into the offense that you can just delete somebody from the game. But that puts you in a bad situation that if you do get dove on, then you can drop very fast in a fight.
Yeah, that's true. And I think in the last fight when they were pushing with the Kraken, when Mixu was able to get a shot there onto Pawn the Original, he doesn't really have much armor. I think it took around 2/3 of his health down. And I think his main threat here is Hammy, who's built that Metal Jacket to counteract him. So every time in these team fights, we're seeing Hammy going straight onto Mixu to try and just take him away from the fight and just force it into a 1v1, where Mixu's not going to be doing as well. So Mixu, like you said, positioning absolutely fantastic, doing really well just to avoid the confrontations coming out from Hammy. And we are getting to this problem where it's so evenly matched right now. If you're looking at the gold, it's 800% the two teams. That one shot, one kill's going to go wide. Sorry. Resist. If you look at the items, almost everyone is at full build. Pawn the Original's almost at that Aegis. Yeah, I think he's put 50 gold off, but might prioritize going Aegis prioritize refreshing that infusion instead when the time comes. But Mixu, he doesn't really have any defense items, as you said, so if anyone's able to get onto top, he's going to go down very quickly. And I think this is why E36 and combination works so well, of just kind of stunning whoever's running at him up every single time. If they're landing that stun, we're seeing those boots straightforward in just to guarantee that stun and guarantee that engage as well.
Yeah, Rogue's spending a lot of time not doing anything here. A one-shot, one kill does find Pawn the Original, 700 damage. However, the Imperial Sigil, no problem. Heals him back up to full health immediately. That is a 30-second cooldown traded for a 5-second cooldown. So that is a absolutely a-okay thing for Pawn to have happen there. They are going to rotate back through their jungle now, but this opens up an opportunity. If Tribe knows that they're backing off, they may be able to take this Kraken. The Crystal Baptiste and the Weapon Kestrel do take it very fast.
They do take it very fast, and it looks like Hammy's going to be going home. This is not obviously Tribe. No, actually, he's not going to be going home. So Kraken is up for contention. 2 turrets left there on the side of, and they're just waiting for that right moment. If you can catch them in a channel, get that drifting down onto Tribe, that's a great opportunity for them to be engaging. But right now, I feel like in these open spaces, Tribe have the advantage in terms of getting those lockdowns guaranteed.
Yes, they do, and thus far the fights have been looking in the favor of Tribe Gaming, but again, with this Glaive and Samuel, if they're able to reposition Mixu and get him down in front of some Empowered Malice and Verdicts, it's going to be a very dangerous position for him to be in. It does look like Hammy is getting close to that Aegis now, as far as the gold in his pocket, so this is going to be absolutely huge. If he can take all of that frontline damage that Status is able to put down, then that's going to give them a lot more opportunity in these fights to really let the Samuel's Broken Myth ramp up. And man, Pawn the Original does drop there. This is looking incredibly good for the side of Tribe Gaming, finding that kill very early on in the fight. They did burn their Crucible for it, they did burn their Fountain for it, but they still have the Crucible. Now this is an opportunity for Hammy and Evil to potentially find a steal here, which could be the saving grace for the game for them. They've only got 2 turrets left. If this Kraken is allowed to get taken, then it's going to be very easy for Tribe to push the base, even with Pawn the Original coming back up in 20 seconds.
Yeah, last time they used the Nova. They're not going to steal it, though.
They did not get the steal, unfortunately. Arcane Passage is up for Evil. The speed boost from the Imperial Sigil is going to get them out just fine as well. Hammy's going to clean up this jungle, very likely to hopefully get the Aegis, since he did buy an infusion instead of the Aegis. He now has a nearly full infusion. Pawn the Original is up. Still only tier 1 boots and tier 1 armor on Pawn. He actually did sell the boots and rebuy them just to get the proc, just in case. But, not even enough gold to renew his infusion, as it is burning down. So, Go ahead.
I was just going to say, I really like what E36 done has. He's got the War Chest and the Travel Boots as well, so he's able to just kind of have 2 procs there so he can get close and land those Holy Novas, which he's been doing really well. That's how they've been engaging in the team fights so far.
Yeah, he's been doing absolutely fantastic. And again, your mention of the double boots there has really allowed him to get the surprise position of those Holy Novas, because it does lock you down as you use it. And the Divine Intervention comes out on Mixu, does bring him back up to full health. He's going to take down that turret, but now he's in a very dangerous position. And man, the fountain comes out, and Mixi is still alive, able to get out, and they are chasing him down. They are going to find the kill. Grace now taking a bit of damage from Hammy, but man, this Kraken is going to take down the turret. Status looking to potentially get out here. Glaive does find the Grace, and now that is going to be a Kraken dropping for the side of Rogue, but they have no more turrets to defend their base, so definitely something they're going to have to worry about here. Mixi and E36 are both down for upwards of 30 seconds, and the entire team for Rogue is up, so they may, if they can find out Status here, Status stays a little too far into the jungle. If they can find him, this is definitely still a comeback that Rogue can make. It's just going to be very, very, very difficult for them at this point in the game.
Yeah, very difficult. And as well, now we do see Rogue, they have the 1k goal. Right now, what they want to be doing is just trying to get onto Mixi. Mixi is their main priority. Defense, he is the squishiest. But right now, I think the kind of the front line that we're seeing coming out from Stasis and E36, the use of their abilities to kind of prevent these aggressive engages from happening is just kind of
Getting a little bit late there in Scotland.
What time is? Let me check. It's 3:30 in the morning. So yeah, it's getting a little. So with that base tower left, it's very difficult. But however, they do have the gold advantage. They have the gold for the infusions as well, and it is a little bit worrying for me because right now I'm looking at Mixi. He's gone for that. He's finally upgraded for the Aegis right now. E36. He has that one slot. He's gone for the crystal bit as the 6th item, and I'm wondering if maybe we should just get some of those. Maybe get some scout traps as what instead, because if you look at the vision that Evo's laid out, thanks to his crucible, thanks to his contraption, he's got complete vision across that jungle as well, which is something that I feel Tribe Gaming desperately need right now.
Yeah, and Hammy has completed the Aegis, so he's going to be able to soak up a little bit more damage. Again, the Glaive is always on the front line with this composition. The Null Wave has come out on Evol, though, so if they can find a good silence and prevent Grace from using the Fountain or the Crucible or the Atlas Pauldron, then this is a potential turnaround that Rogue can make here. There are 4 turrets up on the side of Tribe, but if they find the right fight and then make a good Kraken push, they can definitely still be in this game. They just have to make sure that Pond does not get caught out like he did last fight.
Yeah, I feel like they're just kind of ignoring Hammy at this point, just going straight for Pawn as well. And I think that does make sense considering if you got that Metal Jacket and the Aegis as well. So he's a very effective front line there, carry for his team. Right now, Tribe E36, I feel like, they're not, I wouldn't expect a base race from them because I think that just would not make sense. I would want them just to push the lane up, which they are doing. The worry here is vision again for me. Evil's done a fantastic job just laying the scout traps down. He's forcing the members of Rogue back. And Tribe's just waiting for that next Kraken, but it looks like we're going to be seeing an engage coming out from Rogue here.
Yeah, Rogue being very aggressive, trying to find a fight they want. They do catch Hammy out, they do catch Mixi out a little bit. Man, that damage coming out of Mixi, though. Hammy is dropping dangerously low. If they can find a kill, they do find one onto the Baptiste. Now that is Hammy going in onto Grace, and just like that, Rogue is back in this game. Mixi is dangerously low. He's going to have to get out. Kraken is up. Evol very, very healthy with energy. Hammy very, very healthy without energy. But, this is definitely a situation where Mixi now has to be incredibly careful because giving up the ace here could be giving up potentially the game. So he's going to have to be very, very cautious. It looks like he might be attempting to come up here and get some of this farm. Maybe not. I don't know. It looks like Mixi doesn't really know what he wants to do right now, but Rogue knows what they want to do, and they are taking this Kraken. And that was a fantastic fight for them that they were able to find a moment ago. One shot, one kill does not come out. And that is going to be the Kraken going over to Rogue, and they are now going to march with her down the baseline.
Yeah, well, the saving grace here for Tribe Gaming is for them is that the cooldown timers on E36 and 6 try and take in the as a team. And I think the issue in the last fight, so we did see E36 use intervention to try and keep Mixi alive, but Stasis' position was a little bit far forward, allowing the members of Rogue to focus on him. And I think at least with the Kraken pushing down, it does allow for them just to poke away, just stay out the range of Rogue long enough. But Rogue need to be super aggressive, try and pick up the ace there with the Kraken, split the focus of Tribe for them to try and win this game. It's incredibly close right now, an incredibly long game as well. Rogue are doing a really good job of just poking away at Tribe right now.
They have been doing good thus far. Status does find a good bad mojo on upon the original, but Evol with that Imperial Sigil is able to heal up all the damage. Hemi going in onto Mixi, unfortunately punches him away instead of into his team. A very, very aggressive Arcane Passage there. Pawn being nowhere near to take it with them. That is going to be a wasted cooldown, and all Tribe really needs to do here is find one kill, and then they can Demanding just push through and take the base, and that is exactly what we see here. Mixi does find the kill onto Lyra. It looks like Hammy sees them racing and may want to come and try to get down the turret himself. It would be this is going to be an absolutely crazy base race. It looks like Tribe thinks about recalling, but they should just have the damage. Yeah, Mixi, with this 4-item Kestrel, and here's Pawn though. And that's going to be a Vein Crystal going over for the side of Tribe. Rogue did do a good job trying to capitalize, using their last little bit of life, trying to get the Vein, but unfortunately just too much damage coming out of Mixi here.
Yeah, a little bit too much damage. If they're not able to get the kill on Mixi straight away, it was very questionable there, because when we saw the engage, so we Tribe onto Rogue there, and Stasis at the time actually had very low energy there for CP Baptiste, and I was a bit worried because I was like, this could go very badly for them. They were able to pick up the kill there onto Evil. Base race there at the end, very, very questionable, but risk that really paid off there for Rogue at the end. Probably one of the best ones I've seen in a while.
Did indeed pay off, and I really want to give a lot of credit to E36. He looked absolutely fantastic all game long, was landing Holy Novas well-timed with the Ordain. Just very, very impressive play out of E36. I don't think we can give him enough credit in that last game.
Yeah, absolutely. What an incredible... we talked about how even it would be, and, the first two games were one-sided for each team respectively. This one was that very close drawn out game, 29 minutes, almost 30, and a base race at that. Very, very, very close. And I gotta give Rogue a lot of credit. If Tribe had hesitated just a few more seconds, Rogue might have been able to take that. And actually, Samuel, upon the original, was a little bit hesitant on running down and actually joining Glaive. So a few seconds here or there, that's all it took, guys, before the winner was crowned here. Tribe Gaming does take it. They actually qualify for challenge battles as they go to face Immortals in the winners final tomorrow. Rogue, unfortunately, they're dropping down to the elimination bracket, but they've got a shot. They got to climb back up to it, back into this tournament. We'll just have to see how it all plays out. Guys, that was a long series. We're going to take a quick break and get ready for our next series as we jump down to elimination bracket for tonight. We've got a long night ahead of us still, guys, so hang in there as we have 2 more series at least to stream here tonight. We'll see you guys all in a bit.
Ben, Sam, and Ken are on separate journeys to defeat the menacing Vile Dragon. But let's just say luck isn't on their side. If only there was a way for them to find each other and band together. Well, that's why there's Band. It's a mobile app that allows people to come together using common interests. With Band, you can find fellow gamers, chat, schedule gaming sessions, and conduct polls. Stage epic battles with friends while sharing videos and photos along the way. So try Band today. Band. be together.
Welcome back, everybody. We are here live at the VIS desk getting ready for our third series. We are jumping down to the elimination round as we are now going to watch Rogue, who just got knocked down here by Tribe Gaming, taking on Vision GG. This, guys, is going to be kind of a crazy matchup. This Vision team has been playing very, very well. That, you know, they've got knocked down here to elimination round, and, you know, by Misfits even, but now Misfits is down here with them. But this team, other than that one series, has played well. We'll have to see if it's, you know, maybe just a luck of the draw, or is this really a team to be taking serious. We are looking to get into this match right now. Draft is just about ready to start. Any very brief words to nominate on these two teams before we get into it?
These are two teams that I think are going to be very closely matched again. This is going to be, a very similar situation to, the games we just saw, Rogue versus Tribe. Both of these teams have also been playing. We did watch Rogue play, but Vision was also playing at the same time, so they're both warmed up, ready to go. It should be a very, very intense set of games to watch. I believe they dropped 2 out of Misfits, but, in all their other games, they were looking really good. So I definitely think this roster has the potential to come in strong here. Chicken, a very, very good support, very good captain for this team, as well as having Stan Solo and Junie on the team. They definitely are heroes that are a little less known. They definitely have some competitive experience through the Challenger series, but, maybe not as much as Rogue. Rogue definitely being one of those top teams. So this is going to be, this should be pretty interesting. And we see the Grace come off immediately here. And again, this is something that we've seen pretty common, is teams not wanting to let that Grace go through. And I think E36 last game definitely showed us that you can't let this Grace go through if the other team knows how to play it.
Yeah, Grace. I think I'm just remembering that one game where they got that they used the divine intervention straight after, and it was ridiculously strong, and I think it worked really well. However, it does depend on if they get to that late game instance. However, that Lyra is open. It's not been taken, which I personally find quite surprising, because I feel like Lyra's been one of those priority pick bans off the past season, to be honest.
Yep, and we do see a first pick Vox come through here, as well as a first pick Glaive. And again, this Glaive is a very flexible pick, and I think this is smart, seeing the performance that Hammy has had on this hero in the past 2 games. We discussed that the flex pick is incredibly strong on B-side, and I think this is an opportunity here where they can still run, they could pick up a Kestrel here where both Glaive and Kestrel have the opportunity to flex both lane or jungle or weapon or crystal. So it is a little risky because the Crystal Glaive doesn't provide a lot of damage, but if you can get ahead on the Kestrel, it can be a very, very deadly combination. You punt an enemy right in front of the Kestrel, and those glimmer shots come through. It is a Lance that we see picked up here, and I don't think Lance really functions as well into Vox as I would like. I think this is a huge opportunity for Rogue here to pick up an Arden. And Arden and Vox are a very deadly combination. We do see the Koshka come through, and actually a Fortress. So looking for an incredibly, incredibly aggressive jungle composition here. This is going to be very dependent on this last pick. A Scarf does come through, and this could potentially be a jungle Scarf to try to compete with this Koshka. If jungle Scarf can get a good burning goop down, it can really spell trouble for Koshka in the early game, because she has low health and low defense.
This is very much an early game versus looking at the way the compositions have played out. I'm personally not a fan of the Lance going into the Vox or even the Koshka or even the Fortress. I feel like it's quite it's not the easiest task landing the impales there, because of the high mobility there of the heroes. There is the lockdown potential, but I think that's really going to become more apparent once we get into the late game. And with this Vox, Koshka, Fortress, I'm expecting a lot of early gaming invades, but the kills being picked up very early, and they're going to have a tough time trying to counteract the pressure that we'll be seeing Rogue apply.
Yeah, I definitely don't think the Lance functions as well into the Vox, but I don't mind it going into the Koshka and the Fortress. The reason being is Koshka and Fortress have to be able to stick to the target. So if you can land a Githian wall and then follow it up with an Impale as they're rooted, as they're stunned, then that can be a huge opportunity for Scarf. If he can get a goop down on those CC'd targets, that's going to be a huge opportunity for what is very likely going to be standing solo on the Scarf.
Yeah, it's standing solo on that scarf, as we're going to find out. And the thing is that the scarf, so very, very strong. But if you manage to get him locked down, and I think we definitely have that potential there with that Koshka and the Yummy Catnip Frenzy, it's going to be very difficult. So we do have that lance there, and we do have that glaive that are available as those peels. So maybe not really focusing so much trying to land those impales, but more about using that Githian wall to push them away. However, once Evil gets to that level 6, and I've seen him playing that Fortress before, and I feel like it's probably one of his stronger heroes, it's going to be very difficult because they need to get rid of those wolves once he gets to level 6.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that was an accidental buy on standing solo there. He did pick up a weapon blade on the scarf. It could very well be for clearing the jungle. I mean, you can get just as much out of a crystal bit, though, so it's a little concerning to me that might have been some early game gold that may have got wasted there. Junie is going into the lane on this lane glaive. A very, very strong pick. Glaive can handle very well into the entire enemy team of Rogue if played and positioned correctly. It's going to be all about keeping the enemy in this in the goop range of Scarf. Good impale coming out of Chicken there. Lance is one of his better heroes, and this is something we've seen, from his time on Hammers in the past. He's very, very accurate with the impales and also very good with his timing on the Githian walls. So definitely going to be exciting to see how he can play in here. Standing solo does get caught down here in the jungle. That is going to be Pawn and Evol walking away with First Blood. It actually does go into Evol's pocket, but a Dragon Blood contract on Evol too, giving away that early aggression.
Yeah, that's my concern about this matchup in the jungle here, is I kind of want to be seeing Chicken standing solo. With this Fortress and the Koshka there is so much focus there going into the Scarf, who really doesn't have that much escape apart from the goop to slow down Rogue if they're chasing him. And it's so easy for them to pick up the kill. Getting that vision now, getting a scout trap just into that middle tri-bush there is going to be so important, just to allow standing solo to farm. Especially going to a Koshka who's got a significantly fast, quicker clear speed there. They have this regular ability to be going into their jungle just to deny that farm.
Yeah, and again, the Fortress and Koshka are so fast, especially when they're together, giving Fortress that natural move speed buff. It does give them a lot of invade potential against this Scarf, and in the early game, Scarf's cooldowns are fairly long. 6 seconds against a Koshka is that's a lot of pain that a Koshka can put down in 6 seconds, especially since she's already got 3 crystal bits and it is prioritizing into some shield. Choosing not to dive blindly into the bush, they're smart, especially since Chicken did rotate down. It looks like Junie is coming down on this lane glaive as well. The root does miss there, and the Ancient Treant does go over to Pawn the Original on this Koshka. And now with that healing buff, they're going to look to go in and be aggressive. And that's a lot of damage coming out on standing solo. Does not find the kill, and now they're looking to come up here onto Junie. They're not going to find Junie, but Koshka is going to find an entire jungle to herself. And that is a very, very good opportunity for Pawn to really start this snowball.
Yeah, this is exactly what we should be expecting from Pawn the Original here on Koshka. And I'm actually even querying, maybe it's even possible for us to be seeing a roll swap, having that Glaive come down to the jungle instead and having Scarf in the lane. I feel like they would fare a lot better. Glaive has that afterburn to escape. I don't know how comfortable they are in the position, but certainly a possibility there just to keep them in the game, because I feel like the Scarf is really struggling against the Koshka and it's going to continue to do so as we move into the mid game. Maybe once we get into the late game, depending on how starved that Scarf will be, maybe we'll be seeing a different story. But for now, I'm not seeing much chance of improving.
I think it was positionally on standing solo in that last fight. He went very, very far into the fight. We have a lot of potential with the Glaive and Lance to be able to reposition and get Koshka off of Scarf. And that's really what this game is going to be about, is the Jungle Scarf doesn't do that bad into Koshka. Yes, the Koshka can get in and get a lot of damage down. But as far as clear, if standing solo uses his abilities correctly to clear the jungle, he should never be sticking around long enough to be in a position for Koshka. And especially with that vision coming out there, we do see the side of Rogue is rotating down. They do find that Treant, but here Junie is to find some damage on Pawn. Good afterburn comes through, and now this Scarf is finding huge damage onto Hammy on the Vox. That is going to be 2 kills going over to the side of Vision, and it actually looks like they're going to get 3 as Evol does turn back, and now that is going to be some farm going back over into Standing Solo's pocket, hitting level 5. We do have to be cautious here, though, coming up to this level 6 Koshka. That stun in the early game is so devastating, but Scarf is so good at taking turrets. I mean, look at this damage they're already able to put down 4 minutes into the game. with only 2 crystal bits, and the burn does tick away, take down the turret, and Vision Gaming is still incredibly healthy and ready to fight. A good goop here could get a lot of damage down. Chicken does drop. The goop does not come out. Again, the Scarf in the early game with these long cooldowns can be a little risky. And Pon the Original is going to rotate now through the jungle and is now level 6 as well. So no reflex blocks coming yet out of Junie or standing solo. This is a huge opportunity for Pon to find a good stun and take a fight and take a turret.
Yeah, absolutely. And Pon the Original, he's just standing solo is just back sitting on 2,000 gold. He's picked up a few of the heavy prism and a reflex block. So this is kind of an anticipation of that yummy catnip frenzy coming out from Pon the Original there. So if they can force it out, then that's a really good move. That is certainly what you want to be seeing from Rogue Gaming there. We have the double fountain of renewals there from both of the roams as well. So Pon the Original doesn't quite have the aftershock yet, but has enough gold to pick it up straight away, and also has a... Actually, I'm not even sure if he's going for the shatter glass here or for the aftershock. He's certainly got the items. So it looks like he's going to be going for the aftershock and maybe going for that broken myth later then. So this is a really good power spike for the teams.
Most commonly, we do see Koshka's build towards that Shatterglass first, just because of the actual ratios that she has. But we do typically see that Aftershock finished first because of the cooldown it offers. That is what comes through here. And this is a big spike for Koshka, especially if they're able to catch Stan and Solo out here. Not wanting to go underneath the Crystal Sentry, though. They choose to rotate back up to the lane. If they can find a kill here, there's a huge opportunity for Rogue. Once Koshka has that Aftershock, she's very good into Glaive and into Lance. A big stun comes out there, out of Chicken, does get the double stun down, but there's, again, where I'm really got to focus on getting these goops down onto this Koshka and Fortress combination. They excel by using their movement to get around the fight. So if you limit their movement, then you're limiting their ability to get damage down on you or their escape potential. So we really got to see these goops starting to get down, because you can get a lot of damage very quickly on Scarf into a squishy hero like Koshka.
Yeah, absolutely. If they can force those fights in the narrow channel, allowing Stan and Solo to those goops, that's absolutely the ideal position that you want Vision Gaming to be in. So right now, I feel like it's a very good power spikes actually in terms for Rogue for them to be fighting. Evil's just reached level 6, Attack of the Pack is ready. And I think they're just looking to get some damage then onto the turret. I don't think they're going to get much opportunity to do so, thanks to the good defense coming out from Junie and Chicken here.
Yeah, and again, Chicken very, very good on this Lance. We do see a bit of a level advantage for Pon the Original. He's working his way to level 9, while Stan and Solo just hit level 7. And we do also have a ult now on Fortress. That Attack of the Pack can be very, very good at getting the damage and the mortal wounds down. Pon the Original does go in very, very deep here. And that goop, again, taking away the mobility is the biggest thing you could do against this Koshka. The goop traps him in a spot where they are able to find the kill. And now it looks like we are going to be backing off as Junie is dangerously low. Stan and Solo, Hammy, Evol, Chicken, all still pretty healthy, though.
And they are pretty healthy, though. I think that's Koshka so squishy. They're just absolutely... We just saw Junie going straight under Koshka there and just took a large part of her health away. So she did get the yummy kind of frenzy down, but I think it was blocked by Stan and Solo. So having that reflex block, being able to block with that yummy kind of frenzy, because I think when we see a lot of Koshkas hitting that level 6, they immediately use that as just their main engagement tool for the team fights, and it's quite predictable. So that's exactly what they did. They anticipated that, prevented that from happening, and prevented that from going any worse than it is. Sorry, words hard.
Pon the Original looking to be pretty aggressive here, and one thing that you do have to focus on Koshka, the burst damage does come through. They do find the kill. Kill goes over to Hammy. Again, the Aftershock proc's doing incredible work to Chicken. He does pop the fountain on himself to live, and that is Junie getting dangerously low here. They do find a root, but it is not enough, and now Chicken is incredibly low and has to be careful about this Koshka jumping in. Fortunately, Pon is a little low on energy and is not going to be able to do anything, but that is turret going over to Rogue, and there's the Aftershock proc just as he barely gets enough energy to jump in.
And they pick up the 3 kills to get the turret as well. So now we're seeing Rogue sitting at a nice 3k gold lead there off the back of that as well. So I like the way that they were able to target it. So this is kind of the beauty of this composition coming out from Rogue Gaming, is that if all 3 of the members choose one target, it's so beautiful when they actually focus on it, because that person just goes in so quickly, as we've seen when they picked up the kills there on the individual members. Vision Gaming. However, the problem with this comp is that there's no effective front line with that fortress. They're incredibly squishy, so it's all about kind of getting that element of surprise, bursting the members down, and that's going to become more difficult as we progress into the late game, as the members of Vision Gaming start prioritizing that defense, as they already have looking at standing. So
yeah, definitely getting some defense on the standing solo. He has opted to go with Eve first, and now to me, this is a little bit risky of a situation. Again, we wanted to talk about earlier, restricting the movement is one key thing you can do to really put this Koshka in a vulnerable position. So not going with the Frostburn first is a little bit of a mistake here, and to me, the Eve does give you some sustain, but it's not much crystal power and it's not much utility. Huge damage coming out onto Evil there. Standing solo winding up the ult. Does not, unfortunately, find the kill, but they do find a lot of damage down onto Rogue. Fountain and Crucible both did not get used by Chicken in that last fight, so unfortunately they were not able to potentially find a little bit more damage if Chicken would have lived a little longer, but Fountain does get burned out by Evil, and they are going to have to back off here.
yeah, well, what kind of recognized the opportunity when Chicken was there was a wall between Chicken and his other team members, there, and they kind of recognized that. We saw Hammy throwing out picking at Chicken. However, the issue was all three of the members of Rogue Gaming after that kill there were relatively really low in health, so they couldn't really pursue the kill there on standing solo with an Eve who has an Eve of Harvest, who is a lot more sustainable than Rogue are at the moment. And the way that the composition for Rogue Gaming should be played at is that they just need to burst in a target as quickly as possible without losing that much health. And unfortunately right now I think they just need a little bit more defense there. So Koshka picking up that coat of plates there sounds going to be exactly what they need. Oh my god.
Yeah, huge damage coming out there, and you got to really be careful about going in the front line on this Koshka. They do find a lot of that Scarf ultimate down onto Hammy. Fountain almost able to save him long enough to get into Junie, but that is going to be an ace going over for the side of Vision Gaming. They may be able to push this wave up, but I don't think they will be able to push the turret. Oh, wait, never mind. They still have the second turret. I thought it was the choke point turret. That was not my bad. They definitely should be able to take this turret again. Scarf's super good at taking turrets. Evol, Hammy, Pawn, all are now up. And that is going to be turret number 2 going over to Vision Gaming. Vision Gaming actually down in gold right now, about 2,000, despite having the turret advantage.
Yeah, I think part of the reason is that if we look at the CS difference, Pawn Original's about 35 ahead of standing solo, and Hammy's got a marginal CS lead as well, which I think is definitely helping. But in the team fights, it feels like Vision are the ones winning.
Yeah, again, the Scarf really starts to ramp up against the Koshka and the Fortress, and that's what we're seeing right now. Hammy trying to find the damage onto the Scarf is not able to get it. They do find Scarf with the Koshka and Fortress jumping in over the wall, but that is Koshka now dropping. Chicken does find an Impale, but Junie not close enough to capitalize on a Captain. Likely just going to see them rotating back up. I don't think they have the damage alone to take the gold mine without it being contested. And that is going to be standing solo, Hammy, and Pawn all coming back onto the map right now. We do have the Broken Myth complete now on the Koshka. So that is another little bit of a spike that comes out. But we do have the Broken Myth also complete on the Scarf. So, again, as these fights get longer, we're going to see a lot more damage come out of the Scarf.
Yeah, absolutely. So I like how Pawn the Originals prioritized picking up that Aegis first as a kind of first tier 3 defense item there, because every time we're seeing Pawn the Original jumping into the face, he's just getting hit in the face with a Spitfire there and just getting burned down, that he's not able to last in the fights that long and just kind of forced to disengage from the fight. So having this Aegis will be allowed to allow him to withstand that Scarf a little bit more. And I think this is kind of the item that they needed to be forcing those team fights in a bit more of a comfortable position. So Chicken looks like he might be a little bit caught out here.
Might be a little bit caught out. A goop does come down, and now that cooldown is burned. Chicken is taking a lot of damage. Fountain and Crucible come out on himself, and that is not what you'd like to see. Junie does drop, and now standing solo is left alone here. Hammy is taking the turret aggro right now, but is it enough? The turret does find the kill, but they do pick up the ace, so they may be able to push out the wave here. As a couple ace minions come, it does look like they're instead going to rotate down through the jungle and take the gold miner. Does not get clipped by that scout trap. They are going to get the gold mine here. Ace wave is going to push up towards the turret. Not going to get any damage down though. And that is now a coming up on a 4,000 gold lead for the side of Rogue, looking very, very good this game.
Is that I think the reason they were able to win at the team fight was just purely comes to the fact that Chicken was isolated. They were able to focus on him, burn him down to about half health before they were able to pick up the kill there. And the way that the composition for Vision Gaming has been working extremely well is that the kind of combined lockdown that we're seeing from the Glaive in the last, allowing Scarf to kind of just land those consecutive Spitfires and basic attacks to use to take advantage of the Fan the Flames perk. It's been extremely effective at locking that Koshka down as well. So if they're able to isolate the members of Vision Gaming, and I think that just comes down from like slight missteps coming out from Vision Gaming as opposed to like extremely strong plays coming out from Rogue, that's what they need to be doing. But in a 3-on-3 pure brawl, I feel like Vision are coming out on top every single time.
Thus far, they have Pawn dropping very, very low here. Does get the ult down. They are able to find the Scarf. However, this looks like it is going to be Pawn dropping as well. Actually, he does not find the last basic attack. They actually go back in. Pawn, no health, no energy, but Hammy and Evil are chasing Chicken down. Long cooldowns on the carries, though, of Vision Gaming. This is probably going to be another turret going over to Rogue. Pawn, seeing that he almost died to a scout trap here, does decide to recall, and instead of taking the turret, Rogue is going to start up the Kraken here, and this could be risky with Chicken alive here and standing solo coming up right now.
Yeah, definitely. And I think Scarf is one of those heroes that stands a really good chance of stealing it. So I think they recognize that they've backed away from the Kraken for now, just going back just to regenerate some of that health back. So currently we're seeing Rogue Gaming. They're sitting at a very comfortable 3.6k gold lead. The infusions are coming out, so it does kind of indicate that both of the teams are ready to start eyeing, just preparing for that fight to contest who's going to be getting that Kraken. And Koshka's gone for the Eve of Harvest as well as the Broken Myth, and I think this is quite interesting. We don't see that third damage item coming out as much from the Koshkas. I'm not sure, maybe it was the best pickup we're seeing from the Koshka. I don't know how well that item synergizes. I feel like it personally doesn't work as well.
I see a lot of Eve on Koshka in EA when you're ahead, but maybe not in a game this close. I would like to see the Atlas Pauldron finished for this Koshka because we don't have one on Evol yet either. We do have a Null Wave instead, and we see a lot of damage coming down on Pawn. So again, more defense. Maybe even going into a second shield into this Scarf would have been smart.
I think a second shield would probably been a better item because we just saw push there. Koshka was able to burn down by third health just from a few basic attacks coming out from stun. I think the main priority is that she needs to put a lockdown Scarf long enough, just be enough of a distraction to allow Hammy to build up the breaking point stacks, because right now I'm not seeing those stacks being built up to anything significant, and that's a bit of concern, is that we're Rogue are being forced to shift from that bursty kind of composition to being a little bit more of a sustained one, allowing Koshka to move more into a utility position. Sorry, not utility, but more of a kind of front line there for Hammy as opposed to a kind of damage dealer here.
Yeah, I'm a little questioning on Evol here. I would have liked to see the overdrive on the Law of the Claw. When you do overdrive it, it does give a 30% slow when you reach that six stacks when you get that burst. And again, the slow is absolutely going to be huge for if Hammy can stick to a target and build up those breaking point stacks, then that's where he's really going to ramp up in the game and make up for the fact that the Koshka falls off. We do see the ult coming out of standing solo here, getting a lot of damage down, not quite enough to finish off the kill. The fountain does come out of Evol. We do see both of the roamers die, and Hammy does have the damage and finds it, and that is going to be an ace going over to Rogue, and now they are definitely going to take this turret.
Yep, AC and breaking point stacks are onto Hammy. They're just able to kite away long enough. So we saw standing solo when he used his Dragon's Breath. It looked so great there for Vision Gaming because all three of the members of Vision looked extremely strong, and I felt like that Rogue were just melting away, but the whole time Hammy was able to build up those breaking point stacks thanks to his positioning, and then also thanks to the attack of the pack that came out from Evil as well. The morsel wound was being applied, kind of just miscasing a little bit of the healing coming out. So they're able to get one tower off the back of that, and they're also able to get the Kraken. So it's not looking great there for Vision Gaming, but because of that Scarf there, who's very efficient at burning down the Kraken, this might not be as bad a push as it could be.
Yeah, indeed. Scarf is very, very good at taking down the Kraken, especially once the Kraken is at a point that he has to stand in a goop. It's looking good thus far for Rogue. They have had a couple sloppy fights, but I mean, with Kraken marching down the lane and only 3 turrets left, if they do find one clean fight, they can definitely close out the game here. this Scarf doesn't have that much damage. He's sitting on just an Eve and a Broken Myth, and is prioritizing so much in defense that he really hasn't scaled out of control coming into a 20-minute game like we would expect to see out of a Scarf. So, Hammy, essentially at full build, does have tier 3 boots left to go. He has infused 3 offensive items, 2 full defensive items. This is a huge opportunity for Rogue to capitalize here, and they try to take it, but Chicken with a good Githian wall, stunning up the members. That is, however, going to be... Oh, man! Stan Solo barely makes it out with the fortified health from his ultimate. He is able to get out, and Hammy is not able to find the kill. Again, just bouncing back and forth, getting some health here. On the original, sneaking around back, finding damage on the turret, and that is Kraken marching towards the next base turret. And Rogue has a huge opportunity here to clean out this game if they can find the damage, and it looks like they're going to do so pretty easily.
Yep. And I think that was just kind of the show's mobility there coming out from Rogue there, was that it just felt like Vision Game were just chasing Rogue around all 3 members. And I feel like with most of the compositions, he shouldn't be able to stick around as long as they were able to, but they were able to dodge most of the attacks coming out from the Scarf as well as the Glaive there. Also thanks to the kind of heroic part coming out from Fortress there as well. So very close game there actually, and I feel like Scarf, like you said, maybe should have prioritized either just getting a little bit more offensive, and he wasn't able to scale into the late game as well as we would have hoped, because he was certainly doing a great job in the mid game there, just forcing the members of Rogue back.
Yeah, they indeed did a great job there. It was looking good for a while for Vision Gaming, but again, we just seen the Scarf not ramp up the way we'd like to see with just the even Broken Myth. He didn't really provide enough damage. He would have had to poke way too long before he was relevant in a fight. And again, no Frostburn, so there was really no way to keep Koshka or Fortress off once they got to their target. And that was absolutely huge, and Rogue really capitalized on the mistakes of Vision Gaming there. Alrighty, gonna be moving on into game 2 here in just a moment.
Yeah, everybody, we are looking to get into this. I mean, Rogue coming in absolutely huge. This is important because we've seen against some of these challenger teams, Rogue struggle a little bit, and Vision Gaming was one of those teams where the potential was there, and no doubt about it, Vision played well for the early part of that game, but Rogue has, and they've been playing a long time too. I mean, Rogue just played a series against Tribe. Now they're coming into this, and they just are showing a lot of perseverance and endurance and stamina into this matchup. We are getting into this next matchup here in just a few seconds. I did want to ask you, Day, on the side of Vision Gaming, who's like one specific player that we should probably keep an eye out for? Because we did see, they came in a little bit on the back end in that game, but now they're going to game 2. They definitely have a tendency to have playmakers on this team. But, I mean, the roster is pretty awesome.
The roster is pretty good. Unfortunately, we haven't really seen the synergy that we would like to see. It is a fairly new team. I think Chicken is really the standout performer here for me. He has been a top tier player in a couple different positions. He's spent his time in the lane, spent a little bit of time in the jungle, but has finally found his home really on this captain position. And he is a absolutely fantastic Lance. Again, there was a lot of lack of damage and follow through with the Scarf build, but I think Chicken is definitely a player that we can watch moving into the future and see how this team evolves as they grow together. So definitely got to keep an eye on Chicken here. He makes the plays. He's just got to find the opportunity where his team can follow up.
No, absolutely. I mean, and Rogue really is poised here as far as coming into this matchup, playing, against Tribe, losing, and then also being able to rebound, because, they are going, it's not like a typical challenger team. They're going against players who have played the top, who have played in Vainglory 8 and played in challenger battles. So, they're going against these very, very strong opponents, and they're finding ways to make it happen. So it's really kind of impressive. I think a lot of credit goes to them, and if they can pull out this victory here, they will make it to the next round of the elimination bracket, which puts them one step closer to qualifying for challengers. That's their objective here, and they're so close.
They are indeed, and we should be getting ready here in just a second to move over into the second part of the draft. Hopefully Vision can find a little bit more comfortable of draft picks for them. It looked like they were maybe put onto heroes they might not have wanted to play. A good draft coming out of Rogue. I definitely like Hammy on that Vox pick, and Pond did an absolutely fantastic job on this Koshka as well.
Yeah, Pond's really coming big. Oh, sorry. Sorry, Sunyi.
Oh no, I was just waiting for I don't think my draft client's working, so sorry.
I think we just got
I think we're not quite
Okay,
into the
'cause I-
draft yet. We're getting in
Awesome.
here. We're not quite going through it yet.
Yeah, we're just checking in with one more player. We're waiting on him. It looks like he showed up, so we should be able to get in now.
Yep, should be moving in here shortly, and I definitely think this Vox is something that they have to take into consideration. Hammy doing a lot of work last game on that hero. Again, Vox moving into the late game is absolutely able to abuse that poison shiv. You know, he gets down attacks so quickly that he can keep that proc up at pretty much all times, especially with the use of Sonic Zoom. So definitely something that Vision has to think about going into game number 2, because they don't want to drop down here from Rogue quite yet. You know, this is a team with a lot of potential, but Rogue has been playing together just a little bit longer, maybe working a little more synergy, and a Grumpjaw comes off the table nice and early in the draft here.
Yeah, no, that's absolutely no surprise. Grumpjaw has been one of the priority bans off the night, and like you guys were saying before, that Vox was a major issue for them in the last game, so it's absolutely no surprise to be seeing that as a target ban. Hang on, no, they picked it themselves. Now I'm just confused.
They don't want to give it over. They know how strong that pick is. You know, this leaves open the Baron, but we've seen a lot of teams really have learned how to deal with Baron, a lot of heavy engage. And with Lyra on the table, it's definitely still a risky pick. We do have a bit of bonus time being burned, but a glaive is picked up on the side of Vision Gaming.
Yeah, I feel like the glaive lance combo actually worked really well, so maybe it wasn't the best one going in as such, but I feel like the synergy between Junie and Chicken was really strong. The way they were able to chain together that impale and the afterburn actually worked out really well for the comp.
Yep, and the Lyra does come out, and the Grace is banned away, and this is kind of a situation you don't want to be in. You don't really want to give away a potent healer like Lyra and not be able to get one in return. We do have the potential to have a Captain Adagio still in this series. I think Adagio has fallen off a little bit in the captain position myself. I think he's a very, very aggressive lane carry as well. And that Koshka ban does come out of the side of Vision Gaming, definitely respecting Pond's ability last game to do so. And now this is a very deadly combination. We talked about how the Lyra's engage is so deadly against Baron. When you do get Lyra and Baron, though, you have a lot of potential because you can negate the engage from the glaive while keeping the Baron alive with your Imperial Sigil. So I definitely think the draft so far is leaning the side of Rogue. We'll have to see how Vision Gaming answers back, but this is not looking to be good for them. Now, here's an interesting pick here. We have the Idris and Glaive now, and Idris is typically pretty good into the Baron, but this puts Glaive in a tough position where he now is either forced to go into a crystal route or into a captain position, because I just don't think Junie is going to be able to really pull off a crystal Idris here, and that's exactly what it is. It's going to be the Captain Glaive with the crystal Samuel in the jungle, weapon Idris in the lane, and now this offers a opportunity. Now I really kind of like a Baptiste pickup here for Pond the original. We've seen it with varying success into Samuel. I think it is a very Pond style hero. We see him on the Rhyme quite frequently, so the Baptiste would just make sense to me. We'll just have to see what they choose, though. We have plenty of bonus time left on the board for them to think about it.
Yes, and I think with like you said, they've gone for the Rhyme, but certainly with that Baron Lyra combination, they have this ability to be sieged from afar, and it really does put that Glaive and Idris into a precarious position if they do dive in and they get trapped by the Rhyme. So that's a very effective kind of front and back line there for Rogue Gaming, and I'm a big fan of the composition that they've picked out.
It is, and I think realistically what we're going to see out of Pond here is we're definitely going to see probably a Shatterglass first is really the route he likes to take on this Rhyme. It builds you up a lot of fortified health. You do lose out on the healing, but if you're negating damage incoming, you have less need for the healing. So This is, to me, I don't think the Rhyme really functions all that great into the Idris or the Samuel. I think it's just a comfortable pick where it has a lot of crowd control potential. You can have the zoning of the ultimate, the Valkyrie, and you can also get the root down. And that really can leave someone vulnerable to Baron getting a lot of damage down without having the potential to engage back.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you there. So if you do see Chicken or Junie kind of engaging there, you have this Pawn original who's standing line acting effectively as kind of a second captain there. So you've got Evo there on the Lyra, who'll probably be standing in the back line there with Hammy, and then Pawn original, who's very tanky on that Rhyme on the front line, who's able to gain a lot of fortified health, as you said. I think it's going to be an interesting matchup because for me, it feels like the Baron and the Rhyme combination is a bit more of a late scaling one. But then again, looking at the interest, it's kind of the same on this side as well. However, standing solo in the jungle, I think certainly has a very strong early game presence, especially going into that Rhyme. And I feel like the Rhyme and Lyra might have a bit of a tough time, depending on how aggressive standing solo is going to be.
Yeah, definitely going to be an interesting game here. We do have a comfort pick for Pawn and Evol. Hammy has definitely made a name for himself on a pick like Baron as well. Evol getting a little bit of damage brought down here. Pawn is finding a lot of damage back on Chicken, however, though, may even tick him out. Evol, unfortunately, is not able to get out here. He's going to live a little bit longer, but he is not going to get out. Pawn does secure the Ancient Treant for himself, but very dangerous for him with the Samuel being level 2 to come over. And we definitely see a lot of damage coming out from these Empowered Malice and Verdicts. And, oh, the root does just come a little bit short as Chicken does afterburn his way out. And, man, Pawn just doing incredible. Pawn doing very, very good in the 2v1. Almost brings them down, but running out of energy there right at the end. The fortified health does deplete, and he does not make it out. Picking up some early shield to want to deal with the Samuel. Again, I think the priority on this Rhyme, we don't really have a frontline hero. This Lyra is obviously very susceptible due to her low defense. So she's not going to be able to soak the damage of the Samuel, but I expect Pawn to build pretty heavily into some shield early, and that'll allow him to tank a lot of the damage that Evol and Hammy are not able to do so.
I think he's certainly already picked up that already, and I think by placing a lot of kind of fights in the jungle relatively early on, it kind of leaves Hammy in a very good position just to kind of really just focus on just farming as well. Pawn original lands that double root there.
Yeah, double root landed, and they do find the kill onto the Samuel, so thus far this pick for Pawn looking very, very good. And this is one thing we do have to capitalize on, is the composition that this Rhyme is going into might not be the most ideal situation for a Rhyme, but Pawn is just so good at Rhyme that sometimes it doesn't matter what the composition is. Finds another kill coming through onto Chicken here. And looks like they might... Oh, man, standing solo just barely making it out. And now Pawn is going to find himself a jungle with Evol here, healing him up. And unfortunately, standing solo not able to make the rotation down into the enemy jungle. So definitely a huge opportunity for Pawn here. We see him up 22 farm to 13 on the Samuel. The Samuel does take a little bit of time to ramp up, but... again, Pawn really capitalizing on the fact that standing solo is a little out of position and not using the range to his advantage.
That is definitely happening. We're seeing a very strong start here for Rogues in the jungle. And we saw Hammy pick up an early tension ball at 3 minutes 20 as well. So good first out of them there for Baron. And you see the minion candy slope coming out from Evol there, so they're certainly going for that push. And I think, especially with a weapon Baron there, you've got that potential to be pushing that turret down relatively early. I mean, he does have his jump jets, so he can escape as well. And I think that's just the kind of great thing about the composition coming out from Rogue, is that they have all. I think, especially from Hammy and Evol, they have this ability to escape. So if Evil's not able to throw down the ball in time, Hammy always has those jump jets available.
Yeah, he does have the jump jets available pretty frequently to him, as well as not having that Lyra to block it out on the side of Vision Gaming. So definitely a smart pickup by Evol. This is a combination we see Flash and Best Chuck run actually pretty frequently, as the Baron Lyra combination. So definitely have high hopes coming out of this Rogue team here. The tension bow is complete for Hammy. And it looks like Evol is rotating up. Pawn cleaning up some jungle, has reached level 6 already to level 4 on standing solo. So we do have a Valkyrie available. and no Oblivion.
Yeah, there's absolutely no surprise there. I think I would personally quite like to see him going for kind of some like just going for the energy bastard just to have there. Like he does not absolutely has no need to build into upgrade that, but I think just having that like a little bit extra energy because I feel like he's running it low quite early on in the fights and having to rely on the jungle to just kind of keep that energy going. I think once we get to next team fight, he's going to be running it very quickly, but it just does depend on how quickly Rogue are able to burst down a target.
Pawn is already level 7. Absolutely huge plays from this Rhyme thus far. And, you know, again, he's going into the Shadowglass first, and this is something Pawn's really known for. If you take away the ability to need an Eve, you know, again, the Shadowglass giving you so much fortified health that you don't really need to gain any health back, it offers you more damage potential. And again, you don't need the Eve because you're not taking as much damage. That fortified health really negates a lot of incoming damage from standing solo.
Yes, it does. He just picked up the Frostburn there as well. So I think the Frostburn's going to make things a little bit different for Pawn the Original to try and land that roots on the members of Vision Gaming there. But I feel like the way that Rogue, they've been playing a very tight composition formation that they've been doing has been very strong. And Pawn the Original has done a very good job in the jungle there. So he's just picked up his Shadowglass. We see an infusion coming out there from Junie, just sitting there in the inventory just to prepare for the upcoming fight. I feel like the gold mine is almost ready for contention now. It's about half full at this stage.
Yeah, and actually the infusion gets popped level 5 from Junie here, so they do end up finding a kill. But, I mean, still, a level 5 infusion seems like a little bit of a risk. They do look like they're going to find Hammy, but Evol does find the kill back onto Junie. So now that is, you know, not a horribly long cooldown, but, you know, he's still got to make it all the way back to lane. So that's just time that is now ticking away on that infusion. So, you know, huge props to Evol. Again, you know, we've talked about him before, that he is just such a smart captain, and it's really showing right now.
Yes, I think we did see that was a very smart move for him just to pick up the kill there, but I feel like Pawn the Original kind of overextended a little bit, maybe a little bit cocky there, trying to think he could take up the fight there, fighting all 3 members of Vision Gaming with the Crystal Sentry nearby. Probably wasn't the best idea there, but they still have a very, very small lead there. The gold mine has not been taken, and Hammy at the time after Pawn the Original's kill just didn't have enough energy to really contribute too much to the fight with the Porcupine Mortars there, and doesn't really quite have enough gold there. I think he should be going to the shop soon, and if they do, that's a good power spike there for Rogue, and I want them to be taking advantage of that, maybe try and push down that turret a little.
Yeah, especially since he has enough gold in his pocket for that Sorrow Blade, he's definitely going to make his way down. He may also have enough gold to pick up an infusion. He'll probably pocket it if he does, but instead he does pick up some health, so looking to probably work into a reflex block pretty soon here. Pawn finding a lot of damage down on Stand Solo. Hammy does come in, finds huge damage onto Junie, and the extended range that Baron gets from putting points into the ultimate is absolutely massive. Huge damage comes out of Hammy. They do secure the kill on Stand Solo, and they do have an opportunity now to push the turret. The low health on Junie here is definitely going to put him in a risky situation. The Ion Cannon does come down, and that is first turret going over to Rogue, and man, Hammy diving in pretty far there, getting a lot of damage down on Chicken.
Yeah, they got a lot of damage down there. I feel like for me that this Captain Glaive here, it's not making as much of an impact. What I'd ideally be seeing is if they see Pawn the Original running at either Standing Solo or trying to get that root down, you want to be seeing a very defensive afterburn come out, just kind of repositioning Pawn the Original as away. But right now I feel like I'm not seeing that much happening from the Captain Glaive, and I think part of the reason is just due to the aggression coming out from Rogue right now, is that they have that much of a lead. And I think it must feel a little bit scary trying to get that afterburn just right.
Indeed, it's you know, definitely something they got to think about. Is Pawn prioritizes the early upgrade in his boots. We'll probably see him working into a tier 3 boots pretty soon here, just because he wants that boots proc to be up every single time. We talk about ranged heroes being really good into Rhyme because they're able to kite him so easily. But if there's a boots proc up, and with those journey boots, he's able to, once he gets damage down, it goes from a 50-second cooldown to a 12-second cooldown. So he'll have that proc up every fight. That's something we see pretty heavily out of Pawn. He does get afterburned out of position here. The boots do come up, though, and a heal coming out of Evol does bring him back to a sustainable level. And Hammy is now rotating down. Looking like we're probably going into a Tension Bow, Sorrow Blade, Monocle, Tornado Trigger build, would be my presumption. But Vision Gaming, if they can find the right fight, if they can keep Samuel safe, they can definitely find a way to come back in this game. It's just going to be very dependent on Chicken finding the 3 positions properly. Junie with a good Shroud Step, getting him out of the Ion Cannon, does find huge damage. Hammy going very, very low. Unfortunately, they're not able to find the go, and Stan Solo with the last Malice and Verdict does come through and find the Baron, and now that is going to be Rogue retreating, is there now on the back foot.
Yeah, Rogue are retreating. Even though they had the Lyre available, they weren't able to just pick up the kill there. I think Hammy just so close to be able to survive, but wasn't able to escape in time. I'm not sure if this is the best position for Evil to be in.
Evil dropping very, very low there. Pond does secure a kill for his life. That's absolutely, not the best trade you could ask for there. But I mean, at least you took one down with you, right?
I think that's what we can say about Evil is he's getting those kills he's picking up the kills as best as he can. Sorry, Pond there. I think right now is with this Idris there and with the Glaive, they are able to get on the top of Hammy relatively easy, and I feel like they're not really. I feel like Hammy at the end of the team fight just doesn't have enough energy to be able to escape there, and I think just kind of a little bit faltering there coming out from the team fights there from Rogue in the last few minutes there.
Yeah, I'm looking at this Idris build and kind of questioning where Junie is going with this. So, I guess not too much. We do have a Tension Bow coming through from him. I think I would have liked to see the Tension Bow a little sooner. This is now 3 items completed on Hammy. He does have that Monocle, Sorrow Blade, and Tension Bow build ready to go. Very likely going to sell out on the Book of Eulogies here and work into a Tornado Trigger would be my assumption. Junie is definitely relying a lot on if he can get in and get the burst damage down to kill Hammy. With Stan and Solo, though, having to fight through Pond and Evil, I would have liked to see a little bit more bursty sustain. So, like maybe a Monocle or a Tornado Trigger coming out on the Idris build.
Yeah, I think that would work a little bit better. I think that would work a little bit better. They're going for Vision Gaming anyway. Upon the original, I would personally like to see him going for a little bit more defense because I feel like it's so easy right now for Stan and Solo just to kite away at him, and he's not really getting the chance to sustain as much as we'd like, even though he does have that Eve of Harvest and the Shard Glass allowing him to have that extra fortified health. I think just upgrading that shield to Kinetic Shield would just go a long way in just being that front line for his team.
Yeah, and a huge reposition there onto Hammy. They do find the kill. It looking like Pond might be trying to find another kill on his way out again. Something we've seen him do several times, and he does do it. Pond is absolutely so amazing on this hero. It's phenomenal. And again, was just down at 1 hit, and now he's back up at half health and pushing to try to secure more. Glaive does come through. Pond does secure the health treant though, so that is going to be Pond not quite making it out. They do find him, as again the range that Samuel offers is just a little too much for Pond. Not quite having those tier 3 boots completed yet, but has picked up the Eve. 4-4-2 on Pond, 8-6 with about a 3,000 gold lead for the side of Rogue right now.
Yeah, I think it's just kind of that last little skirmish there between Rhyme and Samu. There was just like a good example we said at the start. Is just that perhaps in terms of heroes, not the best matchup there. And then I think this is why the Rhyme works really well off the Lyre, because if she uses her her basic attacks to try and slow down the Samuel, it leaves Upon the Original a better opportunity. But just because Evil wasn't able to get the chance to get that slow there, it just gave Stan and Solo a really great opportunity just to pick up the kill there.
They are indeed, and this game is starting to look pretty good for Rogue. They're making it to the late game where this Baron's really going to take off. Again, Hammy working towards that Tornado Trigger. That's going to be another big spike for him, as he is going to gain the additional crit as well as the additional attack speed coming out of that item. So Pond has now upgraded into his defense, prioritizing a little bit more on being able to survive into the damage that Standing Solo is able to put down now with this Frostburn and Broken Myth. Tension Bow is complete for Junie, now starting to build in some defense. I definitely think we're going to see very likely a Metal Jacket come out on the Idris, as well as maybe a Slumbering Husk has worked really well on Idris in the past into this Baron. 600 damage almost coming out of Hammy there. 577. Chicken is looking to recall here, maybe getting a little bit more health. The Kraken is up though, so that is something that Vision Gaming has to be careful in thinking about. Chicken dangerously low. Hammy diving very, very deep. Does not find the kill, but man, look at he's going to. And he does find the kill onto Idris and is now going to be looking for the health treant. Chicken is rotating down to try to recall. That is another kill found by Hammy. They do not pick up the ace, but the Imperial Sigil out of Lyra is going to put Hammy at a point that he can start up this Kraken for his team. And Rogue, just like that, ties this game up 8-8, 5,000 gold lead, and looking to hopefully get this Kraken, unless if Chicken can come in here and make a godly play.
Yeah, they did really well in that last team fight where Hammy was getting the chance to land his basic attacks down there. Oh, Chicken, I think he's not should be sticking around for much longer, but they do get the Kraken. And I was saying, I think Rogue do so well in the fights where Hammy does not get dove upon, because in the past 3 fights, it just feels like we're seeing him being targeted by Chicken and Junie every single time. And in the fights where they're not able to focus down Hammy at the start, they do extremely well because he has a lot of weapon damage there available in his arsenal. And if he gets a chance there, as we saw in the last fight, he's able to do a lot of damage just from poking.
A lot of defense needs to be coming out of the side of Vision Gaming here. Hammy has completed that 4th item, as well as both Pawn and Hammy have completed their tier 3 journey boots. This is looking to be a good push for the side of Rogue here. The Ion Cannon does come down and miss all targets. But man, look at the damage that Hammy is splashing onto the entire enemy team. That is a dead Idris, and very likely if Hammy can get in here, it's going to be a dead stand-in solo as well, and they do find him. And this should be an easy turret going over to the side of Rogue. It is going to reduce the cooldown slightly for Vision Gaming, but man, the damage that Hammy and Pawn have, I just don't know if it's going to be enough.
I think especially when they're fighting at range, it is just so much. I don't think there's much that they can do about it, and I think this is going to be a game for Rogue as well, especially Chicken. He's just not able to do much there. The numbers coming out from every single basic stack, I think 617 is just absolutely immense there. And I think that's the second game there going towards Rogue Gaming.
That is game indeed going over to Rogue, looking very, very good, cleaning up those fights there in the second half of that game. The cooldown on the death timers was not enough to bring Vision Gaming up in time, and the huge damage that Baron is able to put down takes down the Vein Crystal, and that is Rogue working their way back up from the losers bracket.
And guys, that's a pivotal win, just so you guys can understand that, you know, there's still one more game that has to be played tonight to qualify for challenge battles here from the elimination bracket. Only one team from the elimination bracket here will be able to qualify here tonight. But this is a very huge win for Rogue. They are going up against a very high-seeded team in the challengers. They're going up against a team that's made it to battles multiple times. So for them to take a clean 2-0 victory over Vision Gaming, it's a huge statement by them. They do have some more games to play tonight, but they have to feel good about this victory going into the next round.
They indeed do. And again, I think a lot of the success recently attributed to Rogue is Pawn just functions so well with this team. He's really been a good addition to them. And this is with him just being, again, he's new to the team. This is not something that they've been working on, you know, for a year. This is something they've been working on for weeks. You know, this is a new addition, and as time goes on, I definitely expect to see this team tighten up. I'm very excited to see what these guys have to do going forward.
Well, we'll have to wait and see in just a few moments. We're going to be getting into our final series of the night here shortly, as we do wait for the results of Misfits versus Star Bombers. That's actually going on right now. So we're going to take a quick break, but when we come back, we're going to get into our final series of the night. That's right. It's a long night, but we still have some few more games to play. And this is going to be pivotal, because this is going to determine our final challenger team to be placed into the top 3. So you guys are definitely not going to want to miss this. All right. So with that, I'm going to take a quick pause, and when we come back, more action will unfold here on The Fold.
Ben, Sam, and Ken are on separate journeys to defeat the menacing Vile Dragon. But let's just say luck isn't on their side. If only there was a way for them to find each other and band together. Well, that's why there's Band. It's a mobile app that allows people to come together using common interests. With Band, you can find fellow gamers, chat, schedule gaming sessions, and conduct polls. Stage epic battles with friends while sharing videos and photos along the way. So try Band today. Band. Be together.
Hey everybody, welcome back. As we are here getting live, we did have a quick meeting with the teams that are going to be playing next, and the agreement was made. We actually have 4 total matches left. One in the winners for the winners grand final, and then the loser, the elimination last round, and then the elimination finals before the grand finals. And due to the hour and how late it got, we did look at the schedule, and we will be moving that match to tomorrow. So I do want to take a quick look here as we take a look at the playoff bracket, everybody. This is what it looks like so far, and you're going to see Rogue versus Misfits. This is the last match to determine the final challenge battles. This is going to be huge. So we decided, instead of letting these teams play when they're exhausted, both of them going through best of 3s here today at some point, and it's almost it's getting very, very late for a lot of these teams. We did agree to move this to tomorrow. So everybody, it's going to be a really anticipated matchup. We're excited to see it. So we are going to push that one back here just a little bit. So for everyone who's tuning in, thanks for watching. It's been absolutely fantastic having everybody here. You viewers are amazing. So thanks for supporting the stream, really. And with that, I want to also give a special thanks to Shinyi for staying awake, as hard as that may be.
Thank you.
No problem. All right, guys, that's it for us tonight. We will see you tomorrow with more action here for VIS. We'll start off, of course, with the elimination round. The finals determine the final challenge battle team. And Misfits versus Rogue. It's going to be absolutely exciting. Can't wait to see it. Until then, good night, everybody.
Ben, Sam, and Ken are on separate journeys to defeat the menacing Vile Dragon. But let's just say luck isn't on their side. If only there was a way for them to find each other and band together. Well, that's why there's Band. It's a mobile app that allows people to come together using common interests. With Band, you can find fellow gamers, chat, schedule gaming sessions, and conduct polls. Stage epic battles with friends while sharing videos and photos along the way. So try Band today. Band. Be together.